Well, hey there. Hello and welcome to SkyTour LiveStream on this wonderful night. It's 8:37 in the evening on the 4th of November. So, I have a feeling that this will be a welcome stream for a lot of people because after the tumultuous last few days here in the U.S., I think that it probably is just a calming, wonderful influence where there's no politics amongst the stars. We are here as a family together, all of us, you and I. All right, so I just want to welcome you all to SkyTour Livestream, and I also want to welcome my very special guest, Daryl Mason, who is here with us. You know Daryl. Hi, Daryl. How are you? I know he's here. He must be on mute. Okay, Daryl is not saying anything. But I do know that Marianne Robb is here. Hi, Marianne.
Hey, Mark. How are ya?
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, and apparently, it looks like Daryl got kicked off somehow. I have no idea why.
Uh-oh.
It wasn't my fault. I didn't do it.
Sure.
No,
That's what they all say.
I want to say hi to Justin T, Gina Leone. Tara is here. Hi, Tara. Tim is here. Good evening to you, too. And Trish is here. Hi, how are you? And Ronald is here. Terry Groff is here. My buddy from Texas, Terry Groff. Terry's still alive. That's good. After everything that's been going on down there, it's been crazy. And Daryl's back. Hey, Daryl.
Hi. Sorry, Mr. Computer decided it was a good time to choke.
That does happen.
Can you share screens again, please?
Do you need it shared, or do you just when you join?
There it is.
You know, when you join the call, you should just be able to see it.
Very good. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Computer is not happy.
Oh, you know what? Well, think of it this way. I went through all this stuff. I said, and my special guest tonight is Daryl Mason. He's here with us. Hi, Daryl. How are you? Crickets.
Yeah,
you know?
I believe it.
Hey, you know.
What are we looking at? Double cluster?
Yes, indeed. This is the double cluster right there. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. Double cluster is in the constellation Perseus, and it's a fixture in the wintertime sky. And I took this picture just a little while ago, and I wanted to just get some shots of the stars. I also use the stars, guys, to actually focus. So when I actually zoom in on these, okay, we can use them as a focusing tool, and it helps me to see those little small guys if they're actually focused or not, and that's very helpful. And so they have to be round and tiny and pinpoint, and that's sort of where we're going here. It's not absolutely perfect, but then again, no scope really is. But we do our best. We do our best. So I wanted to mention, you know, we have Marianne Robb with us here. Marianne Robb.
Hi, Marianne.
Hey, Daryl. How you doing tonight?
I'm good. Mr. Computer's not happy, but I'm okay.
You should give it a name.
Mr. Computer is his name.
Oh, really? Maybe he thinks it's too formal.
Could be. Anyway, I'm sorry. Introduce Marianne.
Yeah, no, of course. And Marianne Robb, of course. Those of you who have heard me talk about Marianne fairly often. Boom chicka pow wow. It's P&K. Keith is here. Hey, Keith.
Hey, Keith. How you doing?
And Marianne is well known to those of us in SkyTour Livestream because of the fact that SkyTour Livestream West is there because of her doing. She was one of the most instrumental people in getting that thing straightened out. I cannot believe it actually happened. And when I saw the video of the roof rolling off because the roll-off system was working and rolling back on perfectly, and Tara, who's also in the chat tonight, was there making sure that they did everything that I wanted. She was tremendously good pit bull, in a sense, overseeing what they were doing to make sure that all the work got done to, you know, my spec, because I couldn't go. You know, that was a big problem. You know, COVID has forced me to cancel this trip like 5 times, I think, right? Hasn't it been 5 times?
At least, yes.
Yeah. So now, you know, this one now, I was supposed to go out on the 5th, which is tomorrow. I was going to be flying to Arizona to install the equipment and go live by the middle of November. And wouldn't you know it, it wasn't COVID that did me in this time. No, it was Travel Channel, and I ended up. I've got a 2-hour documentary to do with them, and they want to shoot for 13 days in November, and it overlaps the time that I would be there to do the boot camp, because I was going to Phoenix to actually teach in the Phoenix MUFON boot camp, and it overlaps that and my trip to put in the observatory, the equipment, so I couldn't go. But we have a new schedule, don't we, Marianne?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
You will be out here on November 30th through December 13th.
Yep. And the trip gets longer and longer each time because of the fact that, I have to install this equipment. And if I was only there for a week at a time, I could do this much of it. But if I have to put it off, then I got to do this much plus this much. And now it goes on and on and on. So, I might as well just go out there for like 6 months, But instead, I'm going to try and do it all in like 2 weeks.
Now, Mark, if it's up to Tara and I think you just didn't want to come out in August or July or June because it was 115 degrees out here. You're coming out at a perfect time of year.
You know what? As you already know, this is sort of an inside joke between Tara, Marianne, and myself. I love the hot weather. I absolutely adore the heat. Okay, I wear a sweatshirt when it's 50 out. Okay, when it's 110, I'm in my glory. I don't know why. I mean, maybe I'm one of those lizards, okay, cold-blooded or something. But I can tell you this: when I was actually out there, I was out there one August with the owner of the property on which the observatory sits, and he's a former Lawrence Livermore scientist, actually one of their chiefs in ionizing radiation. So he was very important to the whole nuclear era here. Well. He has solar panels, and the whole SkyTour LiveStream West, the entire observatory, is green. In other words, it's not painted green, it's green. We're using green energy. We're using solar for all the power. We're using satellite for the internet. And I got to tell you about that in a minute. And we will be doing all of those things without any impact on the environment other than the building itself. Now, there were several designs we went through. We thought about, we always wanted to have a roof that comes off. At one point we thought, well, let's just get a roof that does this. It kind of opens up, right, like a lid on a box. It just opens up. And those you do with something called linear actuators. They're these piston-looking things. You mount them on the outside to a little angle sticking on the roof, and it pulls the things off. And that is a really great idea. It's cool, it's sexy, it's awesome. But it's also something that if it goes wrong, you need special gear to troubleshoot. And if you have to change one, it can upset all the balance that has to do with the roof. So I opted for a simpler, but I think just as exciting methodology, and that is basically a horizontal garage door system. So imagine a regular garage track that goes all the way 11 feet across the building, and then 11 feet off the building into piers that are outside the building. And imagine that is then used to I'm just going to adjust this here. Imagine that then becomes the take-up space for the roof that's coming off. And an ordinary garage door opener with like a 20-year warranty on it is the thing that we're going to use to open and close the observatory. And I've already written code that can actually handle all that, and with a press of a button I can affect the roof 2,500 miles away, and then with a press of a button I can put it back on. And I put in all these checks and balances, and there's a safety system so that I can't accidentally close the roof on the telescope. The telescope has to be in a position that's out of the way of the roof, and we know what that has to be, and I've written that into the code. So when the roof closes, the telescope will automatically be below the roof. The only way it can close is if the telescope's below the roof. So this is a really cool system. I'm just hoping there's no holes in my logic. Because if there's holes in my logic, I'm going to have some problems. Which is why I want to get it set up early on. Maybe like November 30th to December 5th or so, I should be getting all this equipment installed. And then, from that point, I would actually be able to test everything. Wherever I'm staying, I should be able to open up my laptop, connect to the observatory, and do some imaging, right there. And that's the kind of thing that I want to do. A little problem I'm having now, the all-sky camera, which you guys have seen, the all-sky shows 180 degrees all around. It's failed, and it's only like a year old. And that really makes me upset because it was a really nice camera. So I'm talking to the guy that made it. The company is called Starlight Express, and he's trying to help me troubleshoot it. But it doesn't work even on the machine where it used to work, so something's wrong in the camera. So if I have to take it apart, or he has to send me some replacement parts, that's what it's going to be. Because I need an all-sky. We got to have an all-sky camera.
That camera's just telling you that it's tired of the wet, the cold, and the snow that you have back there, and it needs to come out here where it's still 94 degrees.
Oh, I love that weather.
In November.
Yeah, with a humidity that's high at 20%.
It's very high.
I remember talking to people out there, Jim, okay, who Marianne knows, and Jim is one of the people that used to be a heavy hitter in the Mutual UFO network out there. And Jim said, boy, this humidity's getting to me. He's doing this with his shirt, and I'm going, what do you mean this humidity's getting to me? He goes, it's 22%. I live in 60% humidity all day long, every day. That's like the minimum around here. Maybe 40 is a dry day. And he's saying 22% is humid. Wow.
Okay.
Give me that.
Well, guess what? When you finally move out here, in about 3 years, everybody in chat, remember this time. In about 3 years, he's going to say 20% humidity is a lot. Just wait. You're going to get very acclimated to this.
Yeah. Hey, Hud.
It was 11% humidity here today.
Oh. See, no, that's good. I like that.
Well, it got up in the 70s, though, so it wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Well, that's great. That sounds like a nice dry day. I wish it was really clear for you, because then you can actually try out your Celestron.
Hint, hint.
Yeah. More like
I finally
nudge,
got
nudge.
that tripod adapter, too, for the surveyor's tripod. I have no excuse now not to slap that Altaz mount on it and try the refractor.
Yeah. Altaz mounts, for those that don't know, they go left and right, pan and tilt, basically. They go left and right, up and down. They're a nice, beautiful, easy mount to use. And for people that are doing observational stuff, it's like having a beautiful support for like a big pair of binoculars or for a big telescope. In Daryl's case, a big telescope. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
Not that big.
Well, it's an 8, right?
It would carry the Celestron if I wanted it to, but we'll see.
Yeah. What are you going to put on it initially?
5-inch apo refractor.
See, we're gonna see out in SkyTour West. We're gonna be doing several things, and I think I can mention this, Keith. Let me know if it's still on the books for you guys, but SkyTour LiveStream is going to share its observatory with P&K Space Imaging, and they're going to be one of the other piers in this observatory. And the third pier is going to be taken up by our next instrument, which I already have here. It's a wide field refractor, and it will be on a mount that's automatic and remote, and we'll be able to do wide field panoramas of the Milky Way. It's going to be gorgeous. We've done that here, and they're just beautiful images. So we're going to do the same thing. All right, so there'll be 3 telescopes in this building. Yeah. And it's all because of Marianne and with Tara's help out there getting this all done.
Oh, and we've got to thank the folks that donated the property.
That's right.
Where
that's right.
Observatory sits on.
That's right. We do. And the only reason I don't give out their names is because they've requested, and I will confirm that I not mention who they are. Because the last thing they want is curious sightseers showing up. But out in that desert, curious sightseers are usually dying of thirst. So
yeah,
it's not something. I remember my first time out there, I got lost driving out there, and I had to call them to bring me in. I'm an astronomer. I know ways around. I look at the sky and I know where I am. But I got out in the desert, and even though I knew where I was from the sky, every stupid cactus looked the same. And I'm like, but wait, that's the mountain I'm going to. I kept going toward the right mountain that was this particular mountain that's right near this property. And I kept going. It never seemed to be getting any closer. And I realized, I'm going the wrong way. It's getting dark now. I brought the car down into a arroyo, which was sort of it's a wash, they're called, where the water under storms could go rushing through there and of course whisk you away, and it can be perfectly clear where you are, and you'll hear a rumble and you'll hear a noise, and it'll be the water coming through from like miles away. It just rides along that arroyo and just goes down, so you gotta be really careful when you're going through those. So I was using a borrowed car.
I wonder whose borrowed brand new car you were borrowing.
Whoa. The word's brand new. You've got to qualify. It was brand new to me. Okay.
Without a scratch.
Yeah, right. That's a story which you can tell. But Daryl, when I was out there, Marianne let me borrow one of her cars so that I could get out to work on this property and work on the observatory. And as I did that, one of the things I just didn't consciously think about was the fact that as I was driving, I'm kicking up dust. And that dust is getting in all the fine scratches that are on the vehicle, which looked like they weren't there because it was beautifully washed when I drove it out there. It was a beautiful red color, not red, but like a beautiful metallic deep red. It was just a beautiful car. And I thought, ooh, I can take good care of this. This is nice. Very nice of them to let me borrow this. Well, I get out of the car when I get out there. And the next morning when I could see again, because it was dusk when I got there, I couldn't believe my eyes. I looked at the car and it was covered with scratches. And I'm like, oh no. I remember brushing against some branches as I was going through. It's like, I'm thinking, oh God, no, like don't do that. And I was really trying to be careful. And then I thought, oh no, look what I've done. And I'm thinking, I owe them a paint job. I gotta get their car painted. I can't believe this happened. Oh man, they'll never let me do this again. And I worried about it for the whole day. And then the next day driving back, I just all worried about it, worried to death. I get there, Marianne comes out and says, what did you say? Like, what the hell did you do to my car? Something like that.
Well, you were back at a friend's house that you were staying at, and I came by to visit. And, okay, everybody, yes, there was a dent on the one side of the car I already knew about. So I walked Mark around to the side of the car. I go, what did you do? What did you hit? This dent wasn't there. Mark is a white boy from back east. So I have never seen somebody that doesn't get out in the sun that's white was even whiter. His eyes just got big, his mouth dropped, and he goes, I am so sorry. I didn't know what happened. However, I could not hold it any longer, and I just started laughing. And yes, I told him that dent was already there. But the look on his face was priceless.
Yeah, priceless, all right.
You should have at least got a wash and a wax out of him.
I offered
Daryl?
that. I offered that, though.
I never even thought about that.
No, you didn't have time to because I said I would do it. and as soon as I went in to take a shower or whatever, all of a sudden they come out, the car's finished. You took it to a nearby place to get it washed and waxed. It's like, what the hell? I was going to do this. So I tried my hardest to kind of repay you, whatever. And you're like,
Right,
no,
sure.
no. And because you know why, folks? Because the people in Arizona, that's how they are. They're just like Marianne. They're very kind. They're very giving. They're generous. I have more friends there than I have out here. And I can tell you this. There's no one out there that doesn't want to be your friend. I have yet to encounter an arrogant person out there, I'm sure they're out there. I know they're out there. They're everywhere. But out there, if you treat people right, then they treat you right. And they're very helpful, too. That's another thing, too, especially if you're out in the desert or whatever. If you sit still for any length of time and someone goes by, they don't just drive by. They stop and say, you okay? I mean, that's wonderful. That's a great thing. I say, yeah, thank you. And I store it in their mind. And if I see them stop somewhere, I am going to stop and say, are you okay? I don't know that I could help them, but I'll try. So no, really though. Hi, Francis Palmer. I missed you earlier. I thought I should have said hi to you. Apologize. And how you doing? Yeah. So that was cool. This is the double cluster. Yes, we were looking at the double cluster. And I've been sort of killing a little time here, waiting for the moon to come up so we could look at the moon. And I will make sure that the moon is available to us. And I just want to quickly go over here. While I'm checking these things out, there's one other thing I wanted Marianne to share with you, because she agreed to join us tonight for SkyTour LiveStream, but she's about to become a big star. Yeah, go figure. These people. Everyone's a star. And I want to have her tell you about it because she's actually been asked to do a radio show by police for police. Because, as you know, she is a police officer. I'm sure you can tell by her voice. She sounds authoritative and doesn't take no for an answer, doesn't back down from a fight. She's ready to just, like, kick anyone's butt as soon as they get out of line. No, not quite that bad. But I do have black and blues on me from her, where she's sort of roughhoused and pushed me around a little bit. And, she's a tough person she heralds from New Jersey. So go figure, Jersey girl.
That's right. Don't mess with the Jersey girls.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, Marianne, tell people what iDetective is all about, when it is, and how we can see it, and tell us about your host, Chris DePerno. I know Chris, but I want to hear from you. I want to see if you get it right.
Okay, I will, because Chris is on our stream. I just saw that he was on our chat just a couple minutes ago.
Hi, Chris.
Anyway, this is an awesome show. It's going to be our first show ever. It's called iDetective, and it'll be on Thursday nights from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. Chris DePerno is the host, and Chris is a retired Syracuse, New York cop and detective, just the neatest guy. I believe 25 years or more on the force. Also, we have another gentleman that is Syracuse. I think he was a sergeant or lieutenant, Syracuse retired police officer.
Oh, you're outranked.
His name was John Savage. Another gentleman is Ray Dietrich. He was, I believe it was Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, and he's retired. And last but not least, me, who's going to be a co-host. And as you know, I'm still a police officer, 33 years and counting.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is the show's going to start out with a little introduction by Chris, and then we're going to go into what we call the roll call. And that's going to be news that's going on in law enforcement all around the country. And of course, as everybody knows, with the riots that have gone on, of course, the election, all the stuff, the upheaval, I guess you call it, in the whole country, we're going to bring some good news stories to everyone on the radio show.
Awesome.
And then we'll do about 10 minutes or so on the roll call. and then we will go into our interview. Now, tomorrow we won't be doing an interview. We're going to kind of talk about the show, introduce all of us, and talk about what might be happening, whether on the East Coast, West Coast, during this election time. And are we seeing any more riots? Are we seeing any other mischief from the different political groups? So that's what we're going to do.
I promise I won't do anything bad.
Okay, you better not. I'll be people watching you. So normal show is we'll have an interview with a special guest, and then we end the show with John Savage, and he will be doing what we call the choir practice. Now, before you say anything, we talked about this before. No, we're not going to sing and dance.
Yes, they are
on the show.
Yes, they are.
What we're going to do is,
Marianne's going to sing.
Oh, negative. I might dance.
No, you're already contracted. You got to sing.
Anyway, what a choir practice is, back in the old days, the old cops, is that after your tour of duty, after you get off shift, you go out, buy a case of beer, go find a park or maybe somebody's house, and just unwind. That's how you did it. Have a beer, talk about your night, and then everybody goes home. And that was always called a choir practice back in the day. So that's what we have. And we'll talk a little bit more about news and maybe some just uplifting stories from police officers all around the country. And then we end the show with Chris with an ending. And it's going to be a lot of fun.
And everybody sings.
Yeah, sure. And what do they call that? A soft shoe?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Hey,
but
Genghis has a question for you, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look in the chat, he says, and by the way, hi, Genghis. He says, Marianne, are the stories of some police forces using psychics true, and does that still go on today?
Well, yeah. I don't know about back east, what they use, but I know in Gilbert, yes, we have actually used a psychic. It's been quite a few years ago, but we've actually used one on a cold case, homicide.
Wow.
And I know you have a story about that from a distant area.
Yeah, Norway, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, no, we've used a local psychic, and I can't remember her name right now, but I don't know how well it produced, I guess, if she found anything, if she was able to help us out. But yes, I believe they're used probably all around the country every day, but we have used them in Gilbert.
Wow. So, Daryl, let me ask you a question. Where do you sit with the whole concept of psychics and that stuff?
I'm divided. The rational, analytic part of me tends to poo-poo such things, but I also have a spiritual side, for want of a better word, and there are. I don't know how to put it. Some people have a gift, I think. This is getting kind of personal. I'll just say that, remember the pet psychic on Animal Planet? She was always my favorite.
Yes.
Your dog wants ice cream.
Well, what dog doesn't?
Well, there you go.
No, I get it.
She'd say that, and, the dog would sit there and go, yeah, ice cream.
Hanging his tongue out. That's cool. Yeah, that's, I'm a science guy. Everybody knows that. Astronomer, whoop-de-doo, right? This is what we look like. Well, the thing is, I had to go to Norway last August, to do talks in Oslo and Bergen and other towns, a small town. And my first couple days there, after getting into Bergen, actually, went to Oslo first. Then we drive all the way to Bergen. One of the people I was speaking with ended up talking to the police. And the next thing I know, I'm out in the Bergen woods after climbing a big mountain slope, going 300 feet up, like a 30 to 40 degree incline. Yeah, literally like mountain climbing. It was 300 feet up there, and then at the top there was this well, this little depression, and it was a swamp. And the person I was speaking with in Oslo and Bergen said there's a dead body buried here. She was actually a psychic working on a cold case with the Bergen police. And there I am in the woods going, what the heck am I doing here? You know, this is crazy. Well, there was a guy who had a metal detector named Tomatic. And Tomatic actually, he walked the entire swamp. He had these boots on so he wouldn't get all wet. I didn't, you see. I had regular sneakers on. And my feet went down into the mud, literally up to my knees a couple times. And at least, one time, my foot came out without my shoe. And I never got it back. But that's near the end, luckily. And it was a cold, dreary, miserable day. Anyway, Tomatic is going up and down this 200 by, say, 75 to 80 foot wide stretch of this swamp. And the psychic lady had pointed to a spot in the swamp right when we got to the top and marked it with a stick. Said, she's buried right here. And Tomatic went over to it and just looked at, did the thing with the metal detector, and you heard bzz, 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 when he went over it. And then he walked the entire rest of the swamp. It took hours for him to do this, but he was a police officer. He was going through it top to bottom. Never got a hit, except where she had marked the stick. Now, you might say, well, that's coincidental, possibly. But guess what? It was part of a cold case homicide. Okay? Just like what you were talking about earlier. And she said, that's where she's buried. I saw it happen because I was her. I see myself. Okay, I was sort of there, and she's trying to get closure, all that stuff. Now, whether you believe that stuff or not, you couldn't deny when Tomatic finally said, I can't wait for the forensic guys. I gotta find out if there's a body here. He gets down on his knees, and now he's in jeans, okay? And now the water is seeping into, you could see him sinking by his knees. It's cold out. This guy, well, he's Norwegian. What do you want? A Viking. I mean, the guy, I guess, cold in here, okay. He reaches down with his hand, goes up to his, like, almost to his shoulder, okay? And he goes, and he says this in Norwegian, so I can't repeat what he said, but she told me what he said. He basically said, I have an arm bone. I have an arm bone. And he basically didn't pull it out because he had to wait for the forensic guys. And then she went over and reached down and said, yes, I'm looking for her bracelet. She was wearing a bracelet, and she's trying to follow the arm bone, and she couldn't get through to it. But that's what Tomatic's metal detector was detecting, was the bracelet on the arm.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
That is amazing.
And then that night I had to speak in Bergen, okay, with this person. And there I am going like this. Don't come near me. Don't look into my head. I'm not thinking anything. Don't try to. It was really funny. So I mean, that kind of stuff it happens, and I can't explain it. So I've said this to many people. Today's paranormal could very well be tomorrow's science. We don't know. We don't know. By the way, this is the Jolly Roger cluster, just so you know. Daryl, I know that you were probably wondering what I was looking at. That's the Jolly Roger cluster. I don't know why it's called the Jolly Roger.
That's what I assumed it was. You said it earlier, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. But you notice there's some really cool stars here. Right here. I'll let you, sorry. There's two here, and then there's two here. The pairings are cool. There's two here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No worries. I can't comment on psychics so much. I've had some paranormal, for want of a better word, experiences of my own. I don't like to talk about it. They're very personal. I have talked about it before, but maybe some other day.
Okay, no worries. I just know that these types of things do happen, and we can't We can't just dismiss them easily. And you know what, guys? I was one of those arrogant guys that would say, yeah, that's crap. That's crap. Don't even talk to me about that stuff. That's stupid. I would literally belittle the thought. But then, as I began to investigate other things and have experiences that I couldn't explain, I said, okay, I'm being shown something here. Maybe I'm sure it's just coincidence, but I'm getting a picture here, and that picture is that there is stuff out there we just don't understand. That's the first part. The second part is this is stuff that's happening to a lot of people. And at least for this much, okay, I'll tell you this. You're sitting at home, and you think of a friend you haven't talked to in 10 years. The phone rings, it's that friend. Wow, I was just thinking of you. And what do you say to each other? You must be psychic. I don't think it's psychic. Again, today's paranormal is tomorrow's science, in my view. I think that what we're experiencing there is some level of undefined quantum entanglement between human brains. The brains are a composition that are very similar across all the brains out there. Okay? And so we're getting what I call quantum entanglement at the brainular level. See, I make up words too. At the brainular level. And that's what it is, in my view. See? So that's something that happens. So if you can accept that, and you almost have to, because when you look at the world and the coincidence, every single person in a room full of 1,000 people will raise their hand when they say, I was thinking of someone, and then boom, they called. Every single person will raise that hand. That means that's something that should be explored at the very least. Agree? Raise your hands if you agree.
Oh.
See, they're all up. Every hand just went up.
That's it. Exactly.
Yeah. So anyway,
I was into Eastern mysticism back in the 70s in my hippy-dippy days.
Hippy-dippy.
And I don't know what to say. I had some literally hair-raising experiences, and then I learned to leave such stuff alone, that it could be playing with fire if you don't know what you're doing.
That's true.
I put it down, and I haven't been back to it since.
I think that's probably wise. I have no desire. I mean, the thing is, though, I don't think it's dangerous unless you do something to make it dangerous.
Yes.
And that's the only thing. I would never make it dangerous. We're gonna try a nebula right now. The full moon, not the full moon, but the waning gibbous moon is right near this object. This, as you notice right here, this is the W of Cassiopeia. There you see her on her chair. Okay, admiring her face in the mirror. She's looking at herself in the mirror, Brian. Okay, and so this is the W of Cassiopeia here, and then right by Shedar is this little guy right here. This is called the Pac-Man Nebula, and it's NGC 281. And so let's see if we can get to it. We are pulling in now, and we should be able to see it now. The telescope is pulling us in. Here we go. All right, dial it right in. Here we go. All right, you can see the stars. We are, for those of you who've not been here before, I just want to kind of just go through a really fast overview. Okay, this is the telescope control system over here. This is me. Okay, Daryl's not here invisible because he's been threatening that he'd come on camera at some points, but he hasn't done so yet. Marianne can come on camera, but I asked her not to tonight because I didn't want her to feel pressured, to go in and have to get all dressed again or whatever, And then on this side is the camera control system over here. So the most important things are this orange field here. This is the seconds that we're taking the exposure. And this is the sensitivity. This ISO field here is the sensitivity of the camera. Okay. And so we're going to pump that up because I know that the Pac-Man Nebula requires a lot higher. We'll do 16,000 to start here. And then, again, so that's telescope control, me, the camera control. And then we also have something that I don't bring up unless we really need to see it. and that is the telescope view in the dome. This is the in-dome view. There you go. You can see the telescope in the dome looking at the Pac-Man Nebula. This is the automatic cover of the telescope that I built so we could actually close the telescope at the end of the night. Little things like that are kind of necessary for a remote system. If you don't have a way to close a telescope, well, guess what? You're going to get lots of dust out in the desert. So this is going to seal up the telescope after each night. So it's kind of a cool thing. So I want to say hi to Jim Moore, who's here. Hi, Jim. Gas Mask, nice to see you. Pete Bodds is here. Rockstar, good to see you, Rock. And Don D. And Randy, I saw Randy Harris up above. He mentioned something. He said he had some stories to tell about you, Marianne.
Yeah, well, we'll skip that for the night.
I
You've
don't
got
know.
a lot of nebulas to look at tonight.
I don't think so. With the moon, we can't really see nebulas, right, Daryl? We can't look at nebulas too much.
Oh, well, let's look at the moon.
Yeah, well, we'll get to it. First, let me just, I think that the Pac-Man is down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make an attempt. I'm going to bring that up here in our view. And when the telescope stops, okay, right there it stopped, all right? And up here you see RA and you see DEC. RA stands for right ascension, and DEC means declination. By any other name, RA, right ascension, is lines of longitude, and declination is lines of latitude. Think of the longitude lines and the latitude lines and extending out into space from the Earth. And that's what right ascension and declination is. They're just given different names. And right ascension is in terms of hours, 24 hours. So instead of degrees, all right, it's hours. But we do travel through a certain number of degrees per hour, so they relate to each other. All right, so let's do 20 seconds, 25 seconds at 16,000 just to see the nebula that might be here. It's going to be kind of bright because of the fact that, not the nebula, but the background, because we do have the moon out. And I had preset the dome to a particular position earlier tonight, like this here. You can see this position down here, because I thought we were going to look in Cassiopeia and then down there, but the moon is going to be pretty interesting now to see. Let's go see if this worked. Oh, I guess I went the wrong way, because there's the Pac-Man Nebula. Right up there. You can see his little nebulous thing up here. So I will go back the other way. I shouldn't have moved it. I should have just left it. Okie dokie. What can I say? Sometimes I do silly things. Don't you comment there, Marianne.
I'm not saying a word. I'll go on mute and laugh. Now, let me
Hey.
ask you, since there's going to be the 2 to a 3-hour difference from Connecticut to here in Arizona, are you going to be able to look at the same star clusters, nebulas, planet, everything? Or is there going to be because you're on the West Coast in Arizona, are they going to be different things to see and take photos of compared to like Connecticut, if that makes sense?
No, it's not, and I'm gonna guess that Daryl could probably answer that as well. You wanna tell her what she's gonna see, Daryl?
Well, you'll see most of the same things, Marianne, because Arizona is 2 to 3 hours behind Connecticut. Stuff that is already up in Connecticut might not be up yet in Arizona. It will be up in 2 or 3 hours. And plus, Mark will be much farther south than in Connecticut, so he will have a lower southern horizon and can view things farther down in the southern sky that he can't see from Connecticut.
That's right.
Cool.
Yeah. So
That's
in the end, what it means is that we'll be able to see the same things, just not at the same time.
right.
Okay. So
That's
when it's 10 o'clock here, for instance, all right, it's going to be 8 o'clock there for much of the time during the year, like right now. Okay. And when it's 8 o'clock out there, it's not dark, say in the summertime. But there's the Pac-Man right there. You can see it. I'll show you. But when you look at the sky, the sky is going to be the same objects. It's just that because you're on a globe, the Earth is rotating, right? So if we're seeing things up here, okay, right over our head here in Connecticut, if you go around the globe like this to Arizona, you're going to be looking this way to see them. So you're going to be more toward the horizon kind of a thing in Arizona. Depending on if you're looking at something up here, it's going to be there in Arizona. And as Earth rotates, it'll end up becoming at some point over there. And of course, we will have rotated away further. So we rotate, the Earth rotates out from underneath the stars. And it's going to just take us a couple hours longer, depending on our time, our time zone.
Right.
Okay. All right, Pac-Man is centered up. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a longer exposure. I'm going to go for 30 seconds. And I'm going to take us up to some unbelievable, ridiculously high amount, which I've been playing with and testing. And I found some really cool details in some nebulae. I'm going to go to 102,400 ISO. That's pretty sensitive. And we're going to take a picture now and check out the difference in the Pac-Man. And we'll be back right after this. No, I'm just kidding. We don't do commercials here. We are actively seeking sponsors for SkyTour LiveStream too. So if any of you out there have any ideas for who we might want to talk to, let us know, because we will talk to people about that. We'd be happy to talk to people about that. I think that having two observatories across the country from each other that work together is a really cool concept. You know, they're not just a bunch of separate locations. Well, look at that. And you can see the whole shape of the Pac-Man there. Look at that. And of course,
very pretty.
It looks like the Pac-Man too. See, waka waka waka, right? And now, let's do something else. You see how it's not quite clear. Well, I know how we can make it clearer. Do you know how? Daryl knows how. I don't think you do, Marianne.
I don't.
No. We're going to use a different filter.
Going to narrowband 1.
You got it. We're going to see the way the narrowband filters work, folks, is this way. First of all, let me just start the picture so we don't have to worry about waiting. Okay. What happens is the narrowband filters look at a very tiny swath through the main spectrum of all the light coming. All right. This one here that we're seeing on the screen now, that's a slightly wider narrowband cut through the whole spectrum. There's a slot here, and a slot there. The narrower narrowband filter, which I'm using right now, which the next picture will be, is a very tiny slice through. But those slices through are the appropriate things like the nebula that we want to see. Watch the difference. When this comes out, you're going to see the whole nebula. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
See the difference? What an amazing difference. It went from this. So it's there. You can kind of sort of see it. To this. You have the color, the reddish, and then you got blue here for reflection nebula that's in there. It's all there. It looks stunning.
That is gorgeous.
And
wow.
This is how the narrowband filters work. We have a bright moon right near this right now. There's a bright moon right near it. And we can see the nebula like this. We're not constrained by the moon anymore.
What kind of nebula is the Pac-Man?
It's a diffuse emission nebula, and it's got a component right here that's a young cluster here. And in that young cluster, it's actually, its radiation has blown away a lot of the hydrogen gas that's here. But it's also doing scattering, so you can see a bluish reflection nebula in here, along with this diffuse hydrogen nebula. This is hydrogen alpha, which is the result of the young hot cluster's light going out. It's so intense ultraviolet light it goes out, and it's only hydrogen gas in here that it's affecting for you to see. There's other stuff in the nebula, but it's affecting the hydrogen primarily. And hydrogen has one electron in a cloud around it. You don't really know exactly where the electron is, but if you pump into it ultraviolet energy, the electron will literally leave the atom for a period of time. That's called ionization. When that happens, it absorbs some of that radiation, which is very, very high frequency, high energy. And the electron goes to like a higher orbit. Think of it that way. Oh, and away it goes. And then when it goes out there, it eventually loses some of that energy through collisions with other things and other stuff out there. And then it starts to drop back into an atom, maybe not the same hydrogen atom, but usually. And then when it drops back in, as it drops in, it gives off light because that's how it gives back energy. It has to release energy in order to get back into the atom. And by doing that, it gives off light. When hydrogen atoms do that, there's a lot of energy levels that things drop to in a hydrogen atom. When electrons come back in, they can go to many different levels, and they do. But the primary one where they go to is something that we call N as in November. N equals 2, numeral 2. The N equals 2 level is where the electron drops into. And when it does that, it gives off this characteristic red light that we see right here. That's what makes the H2 regions shine in this color like this right here. Okay, so that's why they look this way. And I think that that's pretty cool. You can see a really beautiful section over here. Okay, look at that. You know, that's really pretty. You can see a nice little dark nebula ridge here. This is dark nebula in here. Okay, very dark nebula. And there's more up above here. Okay. And of course, that's just really beautiful. And this whole area here, this whole area that's like cut out that makes the Pac-Man, is, of course, again, what we're seeing is dark nebula that's overlaying the bright nebula behind it. And that's what this is. We're looking at a bright nebula here in the background and then dark nebula in the foreground overlaying it. It's not an absence of a nebula. It's the nebula that's being blocked by this dark substance, this dark matter and dust. There's lots of dust out there, made usually by old red giant stars as they age. They have this outer atmosphere which can make molecules and dust out there because it gets so big, and the red giants get so big that their outer atmospheres get very cool, and that cooling can result in dust being formed as those outer layers shed and move away from the star during star death. So, but this is cool, huh? That's the Pac-Man.
It is.
And again,
I assume the blue light is from scattering.
Exactly right. That's right. These
dust being scattered.
Yep.
Dust scattering the starlight.
That is correct. In the same way that it's different but the same. Okay, the scattering that's being done here is the same similar process that the air molecules in our atmosphere do with the light from the sun. They scatter the high frequency light, and that high frequency light from the sun is blue. So that's why the sky is blue. Everywhere you look, it's blue. And if you had to ever think about that, why don't we just see off into space and see stars? It's because there's a reaction going on. We're getting this scattering. We're getting the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, Roy G. Biv, if you want to think of it that way. Okay? And Roy G. Biv comes into the atmosphere all the time from the sun. That's the whole spectrum of the sun, the visible light that we see with our eyes. Okay? And that light that we see with our eyes comes in, but the blue light gets picked off by the air molecules. And it gets absorbed and it gets re-emitted. And it gets re-emitted in every direction. Scattered. Okay? It's called Rayleigh scattering. Okay? And when that scattering occurs, then we have the issue where only the blue light is being seen by our eyes when we look up in the sky. If the air molecules didn't scatter the blue light, then we would just have like a clear atmosphere during the day. We could use telescopes during the day. Darn it all, why do air molecules scatter light? We just gotta wait till nighttime. But the first person who can invent a telescope that can actually look past scattered air molecules and can see beyond to the stars will be a billionaire, because that person, I got an idea now, that person will actually be able to revolutionize astronomy, because we don't ever get to look in the daytime sky with a visual light telescope. We can only look in the daytime sky with a radio telescope, and to some lesser extent an infrared telescope. But
you might mention that Rayleigh scattering happens at nighttime also.
That's right. Look at the moon, the full moon.
Yeah. I mean, moonlight is just reflected sunlight, and if you see a bright enough moon, you'll see the sky takes on a blue cast. And you might have to shoot a time exposure, but if you do, you'll see it's the very same shade of blue as in the daytime.
It's exactly right. Yeah. See, I tell you, and this stuff is just beautiful, and when we look at these things, you can figure out the science, and when you hear the science, you can apply it yourself. You don't have to have me there. You don't have to have Daryl there. And, Marianne could be there, but I don't know if she knows enough about the science. But, she'll try. She's good at it. She knows all about the facilities and making sure it all works. That's for sure.
That's about it. Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Well, real quick, I'm going to need to go here pretty soon. Somebody has to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning for work.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm going to skedaddle in a bit, but I do want real quick regarding the observatory. I do want to thank Tara, who again is in chat. That gal was just absolutely amazing. She was on the builders and the garage door people. She was right there the whole entire time for 2 days straight. And I want to really thank her a lot for doing that for me.
Well, and I do too, because she did that for SkyTour LiveStream West. I mean, and she's very talented, and she has a surprise waiting, I guess, for the door of the building to go in. She's actually going to paint something. And whether you know it or not, she's actually a really accomplished and brilliant artist. And I'm really humbled and honored that she is gonna make this painting of something amazing for the door of SkyTour West. And I cannot wait to see it.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Yeah.
But thank them, Jesse Casso Construction, who put the building together, was absolutely amazing. Just a real quick story, and I'm going to let you get back to astronomy.
Sure, no, please do. No, that's fine.
But Randy Harris, who is also in chat, who him and Randy Diane are my best friends up in Pine Top. They were the ones that gave me the name of Jesse. I gave him the information and told him what I was looking for, this building for an observatory. He was ecstatic to build it. It was something new for him to build something like this. So he came out 2 days, had it built. Craig Daly of Performance Stores came out, and it was another thing is he's never done a roll-off roof before.
Yeah.
And he was absolutely amazing. Everybody basically put their heads together and just made this building. And Mark, I'm not sure if you have anything on your Facebook yet of the roll-off roof.
Oh, I do.
Observatory.
I don't know why you missed it. I actually put a huge post up there showing it in action, showing you staring at the building.
Yes, please, anybody, go take a look at it. It is absolutely amazing watching this roof go on and off, and it's so quiet. That was really a neat deal. But
and the thing is, I'll say this too. The thing is, this particular building, none of the contractors had ever seen. The garage guy had never seen this. He doesn't make garage doors that move horizontally, and that's it. He had to design something. The guy that built the building never built a building without a roof on it. The roof ties everything together, so he had to do different things to make sure that the four walls, which are separate from the roof, can both, one, withstand the weight of the roof and the motion of any wind, and then three, I missed two. Two was the motion of the roof, and three, to be able to make sure that it was all square. Normally the roof squares up everything, but this, you didn't have that option. And on the fly, this guy Jesse was just like, okay, we can figure that out. And he and his worker Ramon, they just went to town. And I've never seen a building go up faster. The four walls were done in one day and erected. And then on top of that, they sheeted them with wooden sheeting, but then on the outside they had to skin it with metal. And the reason I wanted a metal skin building out there was because even though there's lots of sand and you think Arizona's all sand, the brush fires are murder out there. And we had to make sure that if there was a brush fire, anyway, this observatory is on a 5-acre parcel that has nothing on it, cleared specifically to make sure it has nothing on it that can burn. And yet, when I went out there, I looked around and I noticed there's lots of grass here that's been sprouting up, okay, from existing seeds. And then when that dies, it's going to be brown, burnable. So if that were to burn, I had to make sure that the building wasn't vulnerable. So we used materials that were not vulnerable to fire, and then we skinned the entire building in metal. So it's ready to go. It looks great, and I know that I know you guys are gonna love it. I know you guys are gonna love it, and you are gonna be ecstatic when you see the images. Me, I'll just be whatever. Yeah, as if it's gonna be great. Yeah, I know, Marianne, you gotta go.
Sleeping out there in that building.
Well,
You'll be.
No, but I know I took photos from the pad when it was a pad. I remember Tara was out there with me, and I took photos from the pad after I drove her out, because people have to be escorted in and out because it's in the middle of the desert and you don't know where you are. So as I drove her out and then went back that night and I took photos from the pad. It was the first photos taken at SkyTour West, and I put those up. 30 seconds, and you can see everything in Orion, including Barnard's Loop, which is a very faint arc of nebulous detail. So that's a teaser for you, Daryl, so you can tell what we're going to be seeing out there. Okay, because Barnard's Loop is actually quite faint, and you can't see it except under the really darkest of skies. And out there, no problem. 30 seconds with a regular camera on a tripod. Okay.
Yeah, I caught Barnard's Loop back in the day of film, 400 ASA film, and I forget how long the exposure was. It wasn't long.
Yeah.
It shows up well in images. I think it's impossible to see naked eye. It's a large supernova remnant. If you look up deep exposure of the constellation Orion, people, you will see a great big red part of a circle around the lower part of the figure of Orion. And it's an old supernova remnant, and it's called Barnard's Loop.
Mm.
I assume it was discovered by Mr. Barnard, who all the dark nebulas are named for.
That's right. Like the Horsehead Nebula. Barnard 33, yes?
Yep.
That's so cool.
Yeah. I know you got to go, Marianne, but thank you for coming out and hanging out with us. I want to hear about that. And Chris DePerno, if you're still in chat, you guys, you have a great time. I'll be listening on Thursday when you guys are on. Again, the time, Marianne? 7 o'clock?
It's
6 or 7?
6 o'clock Eastern. 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay. The show is I, as in the letter I, Detective.
Yep, you got it. And KGRA.
KGRAradio.com, folks. Make sure you listen. It's by police, for police, and anyone can listen.
That's exactly it. We welcome everybody.
Break a leg, Marianne.
Thank you, Daryl. It's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you all for having me on. I do appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you for coming on.
All right. Good night, all.
All right.
Good night.
See you later, Marianne.
I'm going to be leaving here in a little bit myself.
Okay.
I have a prior engagement. Do you think you may be going past midnight tonight Eastern time? I can try to swing back by.
It's 9:41. Depends what the moon looks like. I'm hoping so. We'll see. You know me. I'm not known for long streams, am I? Yeah, I know. Yes, I am. I know. Yeah. We'll see. We will see.
Okay.
It might work out. It might work out just fine.
I might be here about 14 or 15 more minutes, but I need to be gone by the top of the hour.
No problem. All right. Well, while you're still here, I did want to bring in someone else who's waiting to come in, and I believe that is our friend Carol Carl. Carol, are you ready to come in with us? I'm hoping she'll just say yes. I asked her to come in earlier, and she said she would, so we'll see. I'll give her a shot. if she doesn't answer, well, then you know what? We'll just forget about it, right? I doubt it. I'm calling her now. We'll see what happens. Carol Carl hosts a show called Behind the Obsidian Curtain Friday nights at 7 p.m. And there she is. Hello. Carol, I know you're there.
Yes, yes. Hello, I am. You know, I can you hear me?
Yeah, are you on your phone?
Is there like a okay.
I don't know what's going on, but it's okay. Boom, boom.
Maybe she needs to mute the YouTube page.
Hello, and I'm getting an echo.
Echo.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
I hear you.
You need to mute your YouTube channel. Like Daryl just said.
It's all delayed. You know, I am going to step across the room to my professional setup.
Okay.
Okay. So ring me one more time if you will. Oh my God. Okay. Okay.
Okay. You hang up. If you can hang up. And then we'll add her again. So yes. Anyway, I do think that it's actually a pretty amazing prospect here that we're going to have the observatory like it is out there. I'm very, very pleased with that. And I will now add her again. There we go. Thanks for your understanding, guys. I'm glad that you are still hanging out on this noise, on this noisy night here.
Remember how in the movie 2001, people were amazed when Dr. What's-His-Face on the space station got to call his little daughter on Earth and wish her a happy birthday?
That's right.
And this is what it's become.
Yeah.
We're so spoiled. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, of course. Now you sound wonderful. Now you sound like Carol Carl behind the Obsidian Curtain Friday nights at 7 p.m. on KJRadio.com.
Listen, you rattle that off so well, and I am so flattered, and thank you. I'm going to just sort of like, I'm going to go 3 feet here to my left and close my door to prohibit outside interference and noise, etc.
And cats.
And cats. Yeah, actually cats, singular, but oh yeah, he's more than enough. Okay.
Okay. We'll do one more shot of this, and then I'm going to probably move the dome so we can catch the moon here. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to do that. So, yeah. So, Daryl, what, before you have to go, is there anything that you want to see in particular? I'll give you choice of stand here because...
you'd probably still have to move the telescope.
It's okay, you're worth
Mars.
It. Oh, you want to go to Mars?
Oh, Mars, my ruling astrological planet. Arg. Yeah. But yeah.
Actually, that's fine because, I'll go move the dome for that. Because you got to leave in 15 minutes. So.
A little less than that now, about 10 or 12.
All right, so let me go do that for you, Daryl.
Okay.
Yeah, and Daryl, while he's gone and doing that, can I? Oh, will you indulge me?
I'm not gonna sing.
No, listen. I've given up on trying to get you to sing. You did. Asleep in the Deep once, and then once again when I requested it. So I'm just gonna. I'll try to be satisfied with that. No, I wanted to get you to weigh in on astrology.
What about it?
Yeah, that's precisely. What about it? I mean, I know that I get a great kick out of reading my astrological daily forecast that's in the LA Times. It's a column written by a woman named Holiday Mathis, who is a writer, a musician, et cetera, et cetera. What really tickles me is to read it like the day after. And it's kind of like it's gobsmacked me several times how spot on she was. And in other words, by reading it in yesterday's paper, there's no subconscious influence to me, to perceive things according to what she said. So what do you think? I mean, we know, and a lot of people say, well, if the moon affects the waves on the planet, then how, and they try to substantiate astrology by using that as a quasi-scientific, pseudo-scientific meme. What do you think?
Oh, golly, you put me on the spot here.
I'm so sorry. I know I threw you a curve.
Well, I think it was Carl Sagan that once said the obstetrician had a greater influence on you at the time of your birth than the locations of the stars and the planets did. It's like I said before. Some people seem to have a gift. The rational part of me denies that astrology has any relevance at all.
Yes. Yeah, me too. Copy that.
Thousands of years, or hundreds of years ago still, an astrologer and an astronomer were pretty much the same thing.
Right, and that is what, and that's the curve, that is kind of mystifying.
My usual answer is, well, astrology, they don't account for precession of the equinoxes, which we've talked about before.
Right.
And that means, me as a Capricorn, well, I'm actually on the line between Sagittarius and Scorpius now because the sky has shifted since the thousands of years since astrology was formulated.
Yeah, right.
So, what can I say? What sign are you? Pisces?
I'm Aries, April 11th. So,
okay.
But
so you're actually you're shift a little over one sign to the west. You're modern day. They would say you're actually a Pisces, almost bordering on an Aquarius.
Whoa. Wow. So, and that's interesting because, they're separated. So I would be, wanted to put any stock in this. And Mark is back, and I know he's chuckling inwardly. But that would shift me from what's called the fire sign sets to great comedy, by the way, but that's not what we're talking about. It would make me go from a fire sign to a water sign, which is like, according to astrology, that would be a pretty profound difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're talking humbug here, Mark. Pseudo-science. Non-science, i.e. nonsense.
No, not
Hope
at
I
all.
haven't stepped on anybody's toes.
Oh, no. Not at all. Okay, let's just do a shot here.
May I say real quick, Mark?
Go right ahead.
Precession of the equinoxes is what throws astrology off the rails. This is because the Earth's axis is precessing in a great circle around the sky. It takes about 26,000 years, if I remember correctly, for it to complete one circle around the sky. And if you could hold up if you stood in the middle of a hula hoop and you held that hula hoop up so it sort of aligned with the zodiacal constellations in the sky, half the time you're going to be 23.5 degrees north of the celestial equator. The other half of the time you're going to be 23.5 degrees below the celestial equator. And that describes the zodiacal constellations. Now, over the course of 26,000 years, it's not that the zodiacal constellations are going to change, but their relative orientation in the sky is going to. It's like you stand in a circle and that hula hoop, and if you can imagine that hula hoop very slowly precessing around you like a top before it's going to fall over, or if you were to take a dinner plate and spin it on one end, before it lays flat on the ground, it's going to sit there and it's going to sort of wobble or precess around in a circle. That's what the zodiac, the plane of the ecliptic, strictly speaking, is doing, and it takes 26,000 years to complete that circle. And as it does that, it is shifting across the sky over the course of 26,000 years. And therefore, where the sun was, back when astrology was formulated, the sun is no longer where astrology says it's going to be, or the planets. I
Wow.
probably just muddied things up pretty good.
No, actually, you clarified stuff, and you sort of it's a it's always been difficult. It's sort of a fanciful thing for me, astrology, and you just gave a lot of clarification there to how it
Well,
is even more scientifically invalid than I had thought.
uh, you talk about the lady who writes the astrology columns, horoscopes in
Yes,
the
yes,
LA Times.
right, right.
Many years
Halliday
ago,
Mathis, right? Hmm.
when I lived up in the high country here, they had an elderly drunk lady who wrote horoscopes for the local newspaper. And this gal, I swear, she had a gift.
Mm.
Okay, she was old, she was an alcoholic, but she seemed to have her finger on the pulse of something.
Wow, that's very curious.
That's
But,
curious and curious.
as a general thing, the rational, analytical part of me has to refute astrology.
Yeah,
Then,
yeah. Well,
then
mhm.
again, I've said before that I've been in love 3 times in my life, and each time she turned out to be a Sagittarian.
How
Does that mean
interesting.
anything? I don't know. Sagittarians and Capricorns don't particularly get along, I think. Maybe that's what
I
happened.
I don't know enough about it, but wow. But that's interesting.
I think maybe
Anyway,
that the people that are Sagittarii or Capricornis, okay, are just oops. What did I just do? That was not what I wanted to do.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay. I didn't destroy anything. I just gotta bring it back. Respond later. Yeah, no, thank you.
timing. Mark and Carol,
Yes.
I'm going to have to go now.
Okay.
I will try to swing by after I'm done with what I'm going to be doing here for the next couple of hours. If you're
Okay.
still up, I'll drop by and chat and maybe say hi.
All right. Very good.
Otherwise, I'll wish you all a good night, okay? And everybody in chat, bye for now and maybe bye all night. Good luck.
All right.
Have
Daryl.
fun.
Thanks. Thank you for coming.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool to chat with you, Daryl. As always. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
See you
Bye.
later. Yeah. So, it's very interesting. I did Mars for him, and he didn't really even notice it, but that's okay, because he was talking about that. That's cool.
Yeah. There is. That's Mars, right?
Yeah. I was just doing the focus thing to get it focused.
Yeah.
But I have to go move the dome again so that I can get the moon in, because I'd like to look at the moon. The moon is up, and it looks like it's pretty interesting.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah. So now, a mark on the horizon. How far does the sun move with the season? Oh, that's a good question, Ronald. That's actually interesting. If you look on the globe, you see that little figure 8 thing. Okay, the total extent is the top of that figure 8 and the bottom of that figure 8. Okay, and the number of degrees, and how that shape looks is slightly different for depending on where you are on the Earth. Actually, I'm gonna go move the dome. Okay, so let me go do that. So
Okay, you
can you just finish explaining the analemma, Ronald?
Sure. Well, of course I could, but it would be absolute nonsense. Talk about non-science.
Well, actually, tell people about what you're gonna do Friday night for Behind the Obsidian Curtain.
Oh, well, sure. Okie
All right, I'll be
dokie.
right back.
All right. Watch out for the critters and stay warm. So, yes, the mountain lion, the visiting mountain lion that Mark has for some, on some occasions, and I'm seeing he's wearing a sweatshirt, and I'm like in shorts. I mean, it's California versus Connecticut or some such. And I'm also trying to figure out now. Dear Amanda, showed me a way to get so that I can still be in chat. Right now, I'm seeing Mark's shared screen, which doesn't allow me to type. But that having been said, I'm afraid that if I try to go to YouTube and get into chat, I will lose the whole connection, and you guys will be left with that proverbial killer called dead air. Friday, My guest on Friday behind the obsidian curtain, as Mark rattles off, 7 p.m. Eastern on kgraradio.com, will be this really cool guy named Britton Buchanan. It's Britton Buchanan. If you guys want to, do a Google for him, he was on The Voice several different times, and he's a young'un. I guess, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe he's like 30. And he has a song that, unfortunately, because of the intellectual property rights thing, which is driven by attorneys, I've got attorneys in my family, so I just can't, really take on that. But I will say that if it were not for such an intellectual property, i.e. licensing rights, etc., we would be playing Britton Buchanan's video. However, I will put it on my Facebook. Anybody out there who is on Facebook, which is CAROLE, and I always post this blurb, a spiel about the upcoming show. I usually do it by noonish on Friday, and then the show's on 7 p.m. Eastern. Britton Buchanan has this unbelievable video. It's a song he wrote called October's Queen. And what is the coolest part is we might be able to play part of just the audio on the show, but I will post a link to the whole video. It's really cool because it is a lip dub, a lip sync, and he has 24 recognizable faces from these amazing horror films. He's got these horror icon actors who are, lip syncing his song called October's Queen. And so that is, his most current claim to fame. But he's also really very much into the paranormal. So he'll talk about his paranormal investigations at such places as Waverly Sanatorium, or is it Sanitarium? I always get that mixed up. And several other really haunted spots that you may have heard of or seen on cable TV. Mark, are you there? I'm seeing some. Yes,
Sanitarium.
I see you. There you
Sanitarium.
are. Yeah, Sanitarium. Okay. Sanatorium was like for tuberculosis and physical things. Sanitarium was for psychological issues. Is that psychiatric issues?
Yeah, that's when they let me out.
Yeah, we're so glad that they did.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it, right? Okay, so you're all readjusted now.
I am.
I mean, in terms of the dome and...
I'm better adjusted now. Thank you.
Yeah, right. That was a good segue. Okay.
Hurry.
Okay, well, so rave on. That's all I can say.
Yeah. So, by the way, I want to say hi to Bonnie on Hot 77. How you doing? Good to see you. And Bernie Dodge, what's going on? How are you? And let's see. Anybody else that has joined us that I didn't catch? I probably do. Cypher 2 is there. I thought I saw you. All right. How you doing?
Now that you're back, I'm going to try to see if I can get the chat in YouTube. So I hope I'll be back. Okay.
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Well, tech skills, lack of. Okay. All right. I know. Amanda showed me how to do this, but now she's not here, but I am. And okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
You're okay.
All right.
There goes the telescope. You can see it in the dome moving. We're moving to. There it is. It's moving toward the moon. So you'll see it. You'll see it actually in a second. The moon should just come in soon. Oh, there it is. Look at that. It's just approaching the edge. Come along. It's going to come in. I know it's going to come in. Come along, little Moony. I'm going to actually see if the telescope's going to center it up. It's doing a active calculation to get the moon, to figure out where the moon is. So I'm going to see. It looks like it's done moving it. So it didn't quite find it, but we see it. So there it is. Dun, 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 ba, ba.
Absolutely. Sing it, Mark. There it is,
right.
coming along.
Yep. There it is. And this is a view of the moon we don't often see because we don't usually stream at this time of the night, at this phase of the moon, typically. This is called the waning gibbous moon. Let's check the focus. We'll just take a quick shot here, 20th. And let's go and see what we got for focus. We might want to change that a little. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we want to change the focus a little bit. The moon is actually not perfectly low. I mean, it's sort of in between. Let's see if we look at our map here. You can see that the horizons, they're kind of low. So we got a little bit of a, the moon is literally only like 23 degrees, 23 degrees up. But we have a really cool cluster that's right above it, and we can probably go up and check that out, which is neat. And that's going to be, in the terms of this, it's going to be to the right side of it. So we'll have to, let me refocus though. Let's get it focused. That's fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining me, by the way.
Oh, well, thank you for inviting me. And I'm thinking, a waning moon, but it's not waning or we couldn't see it. Okay.
Oh, really?
No, that's what you get. That's just what you get. All right.
Hey, easy now. Watch it. Don't come too close. Easy there, Moon. Easy. All right, let me go into a focus mode here.
Yeah, Terry Groff is saying the eastern craters are more pronounced in this view.
Yeah, and I think that when we actually move it over, I'll be able to focus a little bit more precisely. You can see that it's lower the horizon because you can see the moon dancing around here. See that? It's dancing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Moon dance.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful night for a moon dance. So we sing it together. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's looking pretty close. So let's go see, shall we?
Oh, let's.
Alrighty. All right. So I'm going to go down to 50 ISO. Let's go and get out of the focus thing here. And let's move the moon over. Go east, young man. That's it. Go. Yes. Push it over. There we go. Okay. There we are.
Wow.
This crater right here is Aristarchus crater. All right. This is Copernicus right here. Plato. That's 60 miles across, that crater right up there at the top. That's 60 miles across. Just so you see.
Wow. The one that's in the middle to us.
This one here. You see the cursor?
Oh, okay. Wait. Yes.
Yeah,
wait. Now. Okay. Let me see if I can.
Let me make it clearer.
This
This
okay.
crater right here.
There we go.
60 miles across. That's Plato right there.
Wow.
Yeah. And it is really pretty. And I want to just let me just see which one we're on. Narrowband 2. Okay, that's good. But let's take a picture and see where we rest. That looks nicer. Oh, look at that. That's really pretty. You can see the rays here, and you can see this beautiful, this raised little area. This is gorgeous. Now, you know what's interesting about the moon? It's been hit by so many things over so much time that what ends up happening is the lunar surface gets pelted over and over and over with big and small objects, clearly. This right here, major impact right here. Giant thing struck here. But an even bigger thing, okay, struck here. This is called the Imbrium Basin, Mare Imbrium. Okay, so something struck here, big, giant asteroid-sized object struck there. Any one of which would have destroyed the Earth through cataclysms and so forth.
Wow.
Yeah, and now if we move down here, all right, you can see such immense detail on the moon. And then we come down to this crater right here. This is Tycho. which Terry Groff, when I wrote typo, when I said I made a typo, Terry Groff said, "Isn't that a moon crater?" Yes, Terry, here it is. Boom, boom, and there's your rim shot. And there's the rays, okay, from Tycho. They go out in many directions. And because the moon has only 1/6 the gravity of the Earth, this particular set of rays can go hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. That material just gets blasted up into the area around the moon. We can't say up into the air, all right, because it has no air, but we call it the exosphere, not the atmosphere, the exosphere around the moon. And then it comes to rest where it settles down. And it's blown in particular directions. And the reason it has these sharp lines like this has to do with the local geometry where it struck. See, it's on a high area.
Yes.
Well, this stuff will get occluded, say, by this wall, all right? So it goes high into the air over that and then settles down later. And then it depends on the topography around it. Okay, stuff that gets blown out gets captured by some of the highs and lows, and it doesn't end up making its way very far. So some of the craters, or some of the rays, are thwarted. You don't see any out here, okay, but you see some this way. You see one big one that way. Go to a crater where it happens in a relatively flat area, like on the Maria, like this mare over here, okay. And this is Copernicus crater. Look at the rays here. They're everywhere. No obstructions. Nothing obstructing the outflow of debris from that crater. Bam, goes out. Goes in all directions. But where it obstructs, it ends up, occluding and blocking some of that material from flying out. So you don't get any major rays over here. You get one here because that material there had a free flight zone right there. It could go without any problem. Again, the difference between a large meteor striking the highland area, the areas that already has lots of highs and lows, versus striking a large flat plain. Okay, same thing with the crater right next to it. Okay, this Aristarchus. Same thing with this crater. Okay, same type of thing happened there. All right, and some craters don't have rays. If they do, sometimes the craters lose the rays over time because other impacts will cover them over with their ejected material, So that's how that happens, okay? Sometimes we see rays like this one from this crater. Well, where are the rest of the rays? Well, they got occluded, they got covered, or it was a glancing impact where much of the material was thrown out this way, all right, and then settled down, and then other impacts later sort of fuzzed them out and ruined the rays. I know that's sort of a simple view of it, but otherwise we got to get into transient and final craters and go through that whole thing.
I have a question in terms of the dramatic nature of some of what we're seeing. Does it, the impact and the material that is impacted?
Yes.
What part does that play? If it's lighter weight, does it go farther, or does it make a more marked something we can really see more clearly, or is there no connection? You
said something that's very important. If it strikes in an area that already has a lot of pulverized dust, and that dust can go exoborne, go way up into the lunar region, and then settle down later over time, and in that case, it can make a general blanket around the crater, as in Copernicus, right here. See that? Copernicus crater has this large, extensive apron all the way around it, and then you see rays going beyond that. Okay, so this large set of material went ploff, that thing hit boom. When it hit boom, then it starts to boom, and just went all over the place. It also indicates that this crater was formed by an object that struck nearly head-on the moon. Okay, for the one to strike at an angle, then we get these long, extensive, shallow rays structure. I can't show you because it's invisible right now, but there's one other crater that I wanted to show you that it's not. It's in here somewhere. It's it's actually called Messier, and named after Charles Messier.
Right.
And it's actually got a very long streak of two little rays, and that's it. That's because the object hit at a very shallow angle. But the crater is round. There's two craters, actually. One sort of a skip and a elliptical looking thing, because that was sort of a slow motion skip. And the next one is round. And the thing is, when something strikes the moon, all the energy is distributed and released into the crust in an even way. What do I mean by that? You can see it every day of the week when you go out to a lake and skip a stone across the lake. When you get one of those flat stones and you skip it across the lake, you don't get elliptical splashes. Think about that. They're all round splashes with perfectly round concentric rings radiating away from that splash. Okay?
Yeah.
That is exactly what happens when you skip a stone. All the energy of the stone, even though the stone is going at a very shallow angle and bounces off the water, where it strikes the water, all the energy goes down and makes a ring over and over and over. Okay? That's what happens with meteors on the moon. Okay? No matter what angle they hit at, the craters are always round for the most part. There's some special cases where, the velocity isn't as high or whatever. But for the most part, craters are round because of that very same problem. When it strikes, the energy is directed downward into the lunar surface. Just like the energy of a skipping stone is directed downward into the water and makes perfect round concentric rings from that point forward. Okay? Think of those as moon craters. Same energy distribution going on the moon, in a sense. So that's why when people say, why are all craters round? That's why. That's why most of them are round like that. Again, there are special cases where they may not be fully round, right? And then people say, why are they all the same depth? They're most certainly not. Every one of them are different depths. Okay, they're all different depths. And the reason, if we look at the, sorry, I was just reading a quote. I'll come back to that in a second. There's a good question out there. They're not all the same depth. If we look at the moon, okay, this crater here is definitely not the same depth as this crater here. Okay, how can you tell? Well, you can tell by the shadow. First of all, this has got a really deep and steep shadow, which shows that it goes down pretty far. Okay, and this shadow is not nearly as much, so it doesn't go down as far. This one might go down more, or this one might go down more than this one. It depends, So, but how do we know for sure? Well, that's where the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter Quick Map comes in. Quick Map is a wonderful, beautiful, excellent source for figuring out the depths of craters and looking at the moon in unprecedented detail. If you look up LRO Quick Map, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, LRO Quick Map, all one word, quick, and then the word map, you will see it. It's run by Arizona State University. You get in, and you start zooming in, and you will notice that 13 hours later, you're hungry and feeling faint because you didn't eat and you didn't drink anything because you didn't realize how much fun you're having. You can zoom into the moon down to literally to see boulders 15 feet across. Now, just by manner of comparison, when we zoom in as far as we can here, this crater here that we're looking at, we can't see anything here that is smaller than several miles in size. Okay? Now there's other telescopes that can see a little better. Okay, but you know something? You can't replace an orbiter going around the moon that's only 60 miles over the moon and sometimes even 30 miles above the moon.
Right.
Here's something people don't know.
Now that little, okay, and also in chat there are some questions. That little prominence right immediately to keep going. There we go. Is that Tycho?
Oh, you're looking at the
crater?
You're looking at YouTube right now, aren't you? Because you're.
I am. Yes.
Okay.
Is there like a delay or something?
Yeah, there is. Are you talking
okay.
about?
Oops.
If you come back to Skype for a minute. Okay, you talking about this?
Okay, let me. Yes. That is what I'm talking about. Now I'm back in Skype.
Yeah,
Right.
this here is called a central peak, and this is the difference between this type of crater and this type of crater right next to it.
Yes.
This crater is called a simple crater. This crater is called a complex crater, as is this one. You can see this one has a central peak too.
Right,
okay?
it does. Or
Right.
more than one, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay.
Mhm.
And what happened was that one got nailed first. That one was the first one, but then this one came in after. Now, how do I know that? Am I being flippant?
Yeah.
No, not at all. Okay. You can see that this rim is incomplete. Something came in after this rim, which was a complete rim at one time. After this rim was made, this one came in and hit. All right. At some point in the future after that.
And it disturbed that previous
you
rim.
Got it. That's exactly
Yeah.
right. So what is this?
Okay.
Okay, I affectionately call these the bloop. That's a bloop, but it's a bloop done in sediment. Okay, when something large strikes the moon, it displaces a lot of material up to the sides. Okay, all right, and it makes what's called a transient crater. That's the deepest crater you're going to get because that's the first initial blast out of all that stuff. It scours the most stuff out, but then all that stuff on the sides will automatically begin to fall back into the center. And when it comes into the center, it all hits itself, or all hits in the center and goes bloop. And that's the bloop, like bloop. You see it in water. You drop a pebble into water, it goes, not like that goes, that boink, right? That
Excellent. Sounded just like
yeah,
it.
that's it. That's the. Let me see.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's the bloop, and that's when the water comes up. Except in sediment, that liquefaction, that liquefied soil acting like that, only happens for a few seconds. And so it goes boom, and it liquefies for a moment, and then it comes back, and then it freezes. Okay? When the initial vibration, initial shock waves go away, the lunar soil becomes not liquefied anymore, not undergoing liquefaction. It starts to get solid again. And you can see this when you actually take a bin full of sand, like play sand, okay, and you put a ball bearing on it, and it sits on top of the sand. But if you then take that and put it on top of something that vibrates, okay, and like rev an engine of a car, all right, and set it on the hood, okay, you'll actually watch that ball bearing slowly sink into the sand like it was in water. It's all slow motion. Now multiply that by like hundreds of thousands of times the vibration and the magnitude of the vibration, and that ball bearing would just go right down into the sand, boom, and just go clunk onto the bottom. Okay, so in the case of craters, all right, we get that's called liquefaction, when the sand actually acts like a liquid for a short period of time, and that happens in earthquakes. That's why there's some earthquakes where you actually look on and you watch on YouTube. You watch a building just fall over. Neat as a button. It just falls right over. Doesn't collapse and go into all kinds of stuff. It just falls over. And then once the soil's done liquefacting, it just freezes like that. And now you're stuck with a cleanup. You got the Leaning Tower of Pisa, but in a giant apartment building. Okay.
Yeah, and liquefaction. Apparently, that also. In a less extreme example, that you can either say, oh my God, that earthquake, the epicenter was right under my house or my building, versus, yeah, I kind of felt it. Depends on the liquefaction of the soil or the kind of sediment it's built on.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
In Loma Prieta, there was a Loma Prieta earthquake. There were houses that sank. Was it Marina District?
Yes, right.
In the Marina District, houses actually sank, and the entire first floor was gone. It wasn't destroyed. It was underground because they were built on sandbars and or sandy soil. And so when the liquefaction started, when earthquakes have different kinds of waves, P and S waves, okay? And when these S waves came through, they're the ones that are shaking and doing this undulation. Well, they sent these vibrations through the soil, and then what happened was the houses actually sank in the soil like they were sitting in water.
Yes.
And then when those waves passed, they stopped. And you could literally, there were scenes where people are walking by houses and half of the windows are buried perfectly without even breaking. It looked like, it was meant to do that way. I mean, like it
Well,
was
like
built that way.
Tara says, instant basement.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, and I have you all going.
Right, exactly. Everybody's flicking their cheeks. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't.
can you
I
do
could
that,
never
guys?
do
Yeah,
that
yeah.
very well, but yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
do
gotta
that
go,
incredibly well.
and you gotta click at the same time.
Well,
Yeah.
it really sounds like a drop of water when you do it. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, I had to do. We did a magic show up and down the East Coast. I was part of a magic troupe, and for our music, we had to have a sound effect for water. And I went, "Hey, how about this?" And they went, "That's it!" And we ended up recording a whole bunch of those, and then used them for the soundtrack. And it's silly stuff,
That's hilarious.
Silly stuff, yeah.
What a claim to fame. No. But I mean, it has something to do with I think a combination of your sense of hearing, and also I guess technically, physiologically, something to do with the shape of the roof of one's mouth to be able to produce certain sounds. So I don't know. Think about that. But anyway.
That could be true. That could be true.
Yeah.
I do know.
So you got it.
I do know that when I lost one of my vocal cords, to that surgical mess up.
Yes.
Yes. I ended up not being able to do a lot of the impressions I used to do. I used to do over 80 different impressions.
Wow.
And I lost the ability to do about 60 of them because that second vocal cord was extremely important in getting the other sounds, and I couldn't do it. That's all right. I'm all right with that,
Well, I mean, not having heard you before the fact, I can simply say that, your voice has what's the word I want? A huge range of, you got all the highs and lows and all the mids.
Well, I thought you were going to say a raspy quality, because, that's for sure.
No. See, that's funny. You may hear that, but I don't know. Listeners, do you hear that? I don't hear a raspy. I hear anyway, but that's just my ears. And Bobby Burgess has joined the chat.
Hey,
Hello, Bobby.
Good to see you. And by the way,
I know.
Isabella Melamed is here as well. Hi, Isabella. Nice
yes. Hello. Yes, she came in earlier.
Isabella
I said hey to her.
Took 2 of my photos, and she framed them and matted them and put them over her computer monitors at her place and sent me the pictures. It's astonishing.
Oh, my God.
They look so beautiful, Isabella. You did a phenomenal job. I am humbled. Thank you so much. We don't... for the regular resolution, we don't need to charge anybody anything. But when we up-res them to make them bigger, then we do have to charge, obviously, because there's work there,
Right.
But I don't charge anybody for the straight shots right out of the telescope and stuff, and the processed shots. I don't charge for that. So I sent them to Isabella. I thought it was great. She was going to do some nice things, and I'm glad that she was able to do that.
Yeah, and she says hi, Mark, and she's got a great eye. She's an animator. And so she, and quite an artist, and so she knows what she's doing, and when she likes something, I think it's safe to say it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, she's a very clever person. Very clever. Yeah. Let's see. Let me do a 1/20th of a second here, and go down to 50 ISO, just a little less even, and let's see if I can get something here that shows us a little bit more sharp detail. Again, the moon is still a little low, so it's kind of hard. Yeah.
And can you tell us something about the color of the moon we're seeing? It's sort of lavender.
Yeah, that's because of the filter I'm using. So what I want to do is because you mentioned that, I'm glad you said that, because I'm going to go and now I'm going to go to the straight through shot. We're going to go to the pass through where it's just white light color. And there it is. Okay, this is the white light color of the moon. You can see it looks a little yellow. It's out of focus. And there's a reason why it's out of focus. It's out of focus because of the fact that the moon is low in the sky right now. So
and Martian Johnson is now joining us for that low in the sky moon.
Hello there, Martian. How are you? Okay, and what I'll do is I'm going to actually bring this up, and I'm going to bring us over to the craters on the edge of the moon so that we can focus those. Here we go. You'll notice how the moon is dancing around. It's like I said, it's only 23, 24 degrees above the horizon.
Wow.
And I'm going to be focusing here.
The music's perfect.
I know, right? It's really pretty. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, my.
Okay, so now you can see the dancing. That's the atmosphere doing that. Ah! What happened to
Hello. Me? We can see you dancing now.
I know. What's going on? That scared me. I scared me.
Oh, no.
That's okay. I don't know how that happened. Okay, so yeah, I gotta get a haircut too.
Oh, no, it looks good long.
I'm supposed to be in New York on the 10th because we start filming for Travel Channel. I'm gonna be filming for 13 days. And it's gonna be a long 13 days. I have to have 13 days of clothes.
Oh my gosh, a different thing for each. Wow.
I don't have 13 days of clothes.
Well, maybe you can like wear a shirt backwards or change your. Are there going to be neckties involved?
No.
Oh, that's good.
No,
that's good.
No. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So let me do this first. Let's reduce this now. And because I want you to be able to see the color of the moon. Look at the way it's dancing, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the moon does show up in some really interesting colors, and the moon is in color. That's something that's very important to understand. The moon is not gray.
Right, I heard you mention that on SkyTour Radio Live on Sunday on KGRA. You were talking about the shading. It's not a monochrome.
No, it's not gray. Let's take a shot at a 60th of a second here. And look at our beautiful moon. The bane of astronomers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, see, we caught it at a time when it was actually a little turbulent. So let me go back in here. And let's go and try and focus again. Incidentally, guys, we were looking at some nebulae earlier and so forth, and we can look at nebulas now because we can filter out the moonlight pretty effectively now. So that works really well, and that's what we did. By the way, I also wanted to mention, since we were talking about it earlier, I mentioned that I have a vocal cord that's paralyzed. That's a relatively recent development. It happened in the last 5.5 years. A medical thing. And I had to, and most of you know this, I had to have surgery, and the surgery kind of went sideways. Luckily, they could save my life. And I didn't, when I woke up, I couldn't see. I was profoundly blind. I was a quadriplegic. And I had to learn how to talk again, walk again, see again. And the thing that got me able to do all of that was the fact that I believe that the brain can heal itself. And I was convinced of that. I've talked about it. I've mentioned it all over the world when I've spoken. I've mentioned to people that the brain can heal itself. And neurologists never bought it for a minute. And the doctors told me that I was in for this rehab facility. I'll be there for 10 months minimum and 2 years of recovery, and maybe I'll get 60 to 70% back. I said unacceptable. Well, actually, it didn't come out that way because I was still learning to talk. It came out like, because that's how it, yeah. Now, one of the paralyzed vocal cords made it hard to learn how to talk again. But I can tell you this. There's always this phrase, where there's a will, there's a way. Well, where there's a human, there's a solution. And so I figured out how to get my brain to heal itself. And I went in on June 15th of 2015 into this rehab facility from the hospital. Quadriplegic, blind as a bat. and unable to move, obviously, of course. Luckily, the autonomous things, breathing and so forth, were working, and I could hear. And so this is beautiful. They ended up telling me that, again, 10 months, 2 years of recovery, and hopefully get some of it back. And this was June, and I said, but I have to be in Los Angeles in September to speak at a MUFON conference, the Mutual UFO Network conference, okay, in Orange County. And I couldn't see him at the time, but I heard him audibly gasp. And he looked at me and came over to me and said, he goes, do you understand what happened to you? And I said, yeah. I had a few strokes on the operating table. I had 8 of them, as a matter of fact. It turns out I thought I had 5 or 6 at the time, but it turned out I had 8 full strokes. Because a clot got away from the surgical site and blew up in the brain and just killed a whole bunch of stuff in there. My brain is Swiss cheese. But it's okay. So anyway, they basically told me, oh, that's pretty. Look at that. Wow. I think we nailed it. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. God. That's really pretty. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah. That's beautiful. Anyway,
and regarding how you brought yourself back.
Yeah.
No. I'm interrupting you. Your iconic phrase. Tell the people your phrase that was your mantra, if you will.
Yeah. I felt that the brain has to have some fear that it could be hurt. Okay, and it was true. If you think that you can be hurt, your brain goes into overdrive to fix itself. So, for instance, they had me going on. Wow, it's getting better every minute. They had me going on a little 3 stairs to try and see if I could walk. Now, to get to that was like a week of time. But keep in mind that I went in on June 15th, 2015, and they told me on June 17th that maybe I'll get some of the sight back and maybe I'll get to walk again, maybe. But it's going to be a lot of recovery, right, as we said. And I started immediately working on my eyes. And how would I work on my eyes? Well, I felt to myself in my head, I thought, the only way that I'm going to get my eyes to work is for my brain to feel that it's under duress. My eyes have to be assaulted every second with information, with stimulus. And it'll be something that will make the brain work extra hard to work around the problem of not being able to see. So I had the nurse put on Netflix, and I guess it was Seinfeld, which I hate to show, but you know what? I was able to see.
Maybe that was part of it. I wonder, that irritation factor.
Yeah, no, I think that's important, I think it's important. So, I figured I had to reprogram my head, all right? And so to do it, the brain had to find alternate pathways to get around what wasn't working. So I stared at the screen for hours. I mean, hours to the point where I had migraines. I had tears just because of eye strain. I wasn't crying because I was sad. I was just tears, eye strain. I couldn't see anything, but my brain was registering there was something on this flat panel, this laptop, which was this far from my head. It was literally about 8 inches from my head. It would have been closer, but the keyboard of the laptop was in my neck. Okay? It was touching my neck because that's where the nurse put it, because I asked her to. And the guy that was in my room complained. He said, "This guy is always watching TV, and little did he know I couldn't see. But I was working on that. That was the whole point. And what they did instead of making me stop was they moved him. And I ended up in my own room because of that. So somebody there thought I was on the right track. So it turned out that I ended up looking at the screen, and there was a magical moment. See, here's what happens. When the brain figures out the pathway, it clicks. The gate opens and something new happens. And that's exactly what happened. I was watching the screen, and I couldn't see Kramer. I could hear him. "Hey, Jerry!"
Oh my God,
I hear him come through the door. And something happened. And all of a sudden, I could see his hair. This.
Oh my God! Yes, exactly.
Jerry.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
But it wasn't clear, and it wasn't very, very, very clear at all, actually. But when I went to the eye doctor there at the rehab place a few days later, I told him what was going on, and I asked him. I remember he had told me, you are profoundly blind. He says, but maybe we'll get you to be able to see some shadows. Well, when I went in for the next lesson, next time to see him, it was that was the 15th, right? The 17th or 18th now, only 3 days later.
God.
I asked him to put the eye chart up, and he goes, and he's trying to talk me down because he's like, no, I don't want you to be disappointed,
Right. Yes.
And I'm like,
right.
no, I gotta try. All right. So he turned on the light for the eye chart. I could see the light. I could see that square white frame, and then I saw a dark, shadowy shape in there. My eyes were coming back, is what I told him. And I said, I see the white square. And he's like, yeah, that's the backlight. You can see the light on the wall. Yes. And it was about 10 feet away, maybe 8 feet away. And he goes, okay, well, can you see any of these symbols? He had no hope that I could, and I couldn't. Okay, so I went away, came back another few days later, asked him to do the same thing. And he literally sighed, like, okay, let's give it a shot. Puts them up, and I say, that's an M. He goes, yes, it is an M. And I go, yeah. And we went through it, and suffice it to say that when he showed me a full line of letters, I said, I see it. He goes, and now you could genuine interest in this guy. Now he says, what is it? I went, Apeotf, Apeotf. He goes, that's right. Oh my God. He goes, this is like 1,000% improvement in like 4 days. He says,
Oh my.
and he goes, what are you doing? How is this happening? And I said, I can tell you exactly how it happened. And I told him, I'm forcing my brain to retrain. And I had to retrain it with the pain of this stress on my body. I had to let it see something that it couldn't understand and make heads or tails of it. I forced it. And that came up. That's where this mantra came from that I just generated. Train the brain with pain. In some cases, that works wonders. In some cases, that works miracles, I know at least one person who had a major stroke and his hands were useless. And his wife, I think, asked me, what can we do? I heard you on the radio mentioning something. We're at our wit's end, and he's going to lose his business if he can't work. And I said, here's what I did to get my hands back. I asked the nurse to poke my finger with a needle, and she was like, are you out of your mind? I'm never going to do that.
Right.
And I said, don't tell me you're not going to do it. I just need to think you're going to do it. And after I got my eyes back enough so I could actually kind of see what she was doing, she poked me with a pen, okay? And I said, yeah, it has to be a needle. My brain has to think there's real danger for it to go into this overdrive.
Yeah.
This hyperdrive to fix itself. And look at the color. You can see the color on the moon here. This brown.
Right.
There's another color down here I want you to see. And she wouldn't do it, but she did. I somehow my mind thought she could hurt me. And that helped me to actually do what I had to do. What happened was, after she poked my fingers, I just imagined that she was using a needle, and then I kind of closed my eyes and then felt the touches. And every time I felt the touch, I imagined being stabbed by a needle. And she did that a number of times. Nothing happened. So that day came and went. The next day I asked her, I said, Linda, can you do that again? Okay. And I was still working on my voice at that time, so it was more like, Linda, can you do that again? So she did it, and all of a sudden, in the middle of nothing, this happened. My index finger went like that. Okay, when she poked it, it recoiled because it was afraid. My brain registered fear and said, no, get it out of the way. And it moved my finger. And that's when I knew that would lead to this, which would lead to this, which would lead to this, which would lead to the arms and the elbows and the shoulders and the neck, and the same thing for the other hand, and eventually the legs and the feet. And the recovery time was a little bit startling because it was June 15th when I came in there. By June 20th, I could see again because I kept, my eyes were bloodshot all the time. It looked like I was on drugs. Well, I kind of was. They gave me drugs of some kind, But so then I can't get over how beautiful this looks. Anyway, so when June 22nd rolled around, I could see again, and I was walking with a walker already. And the doctors were a little nervous because they weren't sure why I was able to do that so quickly. And I told them exactly why. I said, I'm not special. Anyone can do this. Well, then they had me walk up these 3 sets of stairs with a line to the ceiling. Oh, you can't get hurt if you tried. You can swing. Yay! And you're hanging from this little harness. And the brain knows you can't be hurt. So the brain doesn't try too hard to fix itself. So, and then I said to them, I want to go up a real staircase. I want to do it right now. And they're like, are you out of your mind? I mean, they got in my face. You're out of your mind. No, we cannot sanction that. We cannot do that. No. I worked on them for probably 3-4 hours. Kept calling the nurse. I want to go up the stairs. Okay, you've got to stop calling us. Let me go up the stairs. Finally, they said, okay, is there any safe way that we can get this guy up the stairs? And I said, I know one. And they brought me in a wheelchair to the base of an actual staircase. It was a staircase I had identified. I saw the door. I saw someone go in the staircase. And when the door closed, I could hear the echo of the staircase. I said, there's a staircase over there. I want to go there. Because I couldn't see 35 feet away. I could see 10 feet away. So we go to the stairs, and I've got 2 therapists on either side, the people, occupational therapists, whatever they are, physical therapists. And a nurse shaking her head, just, no, this is not a good idea. I said, I'm not going to violate any of your rules. You already are. No, I'm not. Okay, I'm going to go up the stairs. You're going to help me. But I just have one more thing to say, and that is you can't touch me when I do it. What? Back in your room? No. You can go up the stairs with me.
But you didn't want the touch of any human support. You wanted to do this completely independently.
My brain had to think I could fall.
Yes, right.
I know that's dangerous. I know that that's not good advice, actually, for someone who's really compromised, okay? But I can tell you this. If you don't try this way, you could just end up languishing and giving up.
Yes.
I didn't give up. I felt the right thing to do was to make sure that I could walk up those stairs by myself. Not because of pride, but because the brain had to know how to fix itself. And to fix itself, it needed to be in a situation where it had no other choice. You can't give your brain a choice.
No.
Or it'll take the easy way out. It's human nature. Just look at humans.
Yes.
If they can sit down or they can stand up, what are they going to do? They're going to sit down if they can.
Yeah.
It's just automatic. We want comfort. We want to be comfortable. Well, anyway.
So Martin Johansson says reconnecting, reprogramming neural pathways, pattern development, and reinforcement.
Absolutely.
Yes, and he also sums it up. He says, just unfathomable that you are here talking to us now, looking at the heavenly bodies and drinking in the natural beauty of the world around you.
Well, I can't lie. I mean, I certainly have an even deeper respect for the skies and the things that I can see. Well, not for least of which is the reason that I can see them, but because of the fact that I feel that what I did is something that everybody can do. And there was a guy had a major stroke, and they didn't know what to do, and he asked what to do, and I told him about the walk, and I said, you You gotta go down your fingers. You gotta, you gotta think that you can be hurt by somebody poking your fingers with needles. Okay.
Yeah.
And it will accelerate your rehab. I promise. I said it worked for me. That's all I can tell you. I'm not a doctor. And 6 weeks went by or so. I never heard from the guy. And then Amanda Curran, our wonderful co-host.
Yeah.
Amanda was in the SkyTour LiveStream with me. And she said, Mark, there's a particular guy in the chat that wants to talk to you. And I looked in the chat, and it was him.
Oh, my God.
And he writes, in all caps, everything you said came true. I was blown away. Nobody could put me in a bad mood for weeks after that because I felt this was so important, So,
oh, my God.
Yeah, and, again, other people I've also mentioned ways to assist as well. And again, it's worked. And I know that medical science doesn't want to hear that every time. They don't want to hear all these things that supposedly work or whatever, but the fact is they do. The brain can rebuild. The brain can rebuild its pathways. The brain can do all that. So I'm really pleased about that.
Yeah.
And by the way, that June 15th when I went into the rehab hospital, I said to the doctors that I was going to be in need of going to Los Angeles in September to do a talk. And that's when that doctor, if you recall, he said, do you really know what happened to you? And at the time, I couldn't really talk, so I said, yeah, I had a few strokes. But I said it like this. It came out like, yeah, don't.
Right, yes,
yeah,
right.
I knew it wasn't coming out right, and I knew why. I knew I had to fix that too. But he said, yeah, it's good to have goals, he said. Kind of, patronizing a little bit. I didn't like it. But you know what? He didn't know any different because he's only had medical science that he knows to deal with. So, July 3rd rolls around, and he walks in, and he walks up to the bedside, and he says, so how you doing today? And I had been working on my voice. I'd been working on my eyes. I've been working on my walking and my strength and my core. And I looked at him and I said, I'm feeling great today, doctor. And I said it just like that. It came out normal. And he was shaking his head. He goes, I gotta tell you something, he says. I think you are going to be at that conference in September.
Oh, my God.
And I was.
Yeah.
I gave my talk. It wasn't easy because I needed vocal cord surgery because the intubation also damaged the vocal cords,
Right, that's a physiological impact.
Yeah.
You can't psychologically override that, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it was just a crazy few months there. Then I came home here and I had a walker, which I ditched the first week because I realized, again, that's a crutch that the brain doesn't need. I have to fall. If I'm going to fall, I'm going to fall. The brain has to know how to deal with that. And I didn't.
Yeah.
In all my recovery over that time, from that point it happened to today, I've never fallen once. Except in jest and play when I wanted to. I've done shoulder rolls and gone back to that because I was very heavily into martial arts for many years. And I wanted to use and get that training back, get that edge back, And
yes.
it's very helpful. And to get coordination back between the left and the right hand doing things, and the eyes doing things, and the feet all working together. I played my drums.
Oh, perfect.
It's 4 things happening at once while thinking through.
Yeah, exactly.
Thinking a syncopated beat, okay? I played my drums. To get my dexterity back, my manual dexterity, I played my guitar. And played I listen to music and I play along with it no matter what it is. I've learned how to do that because I figured out the fretboard. That came to me in a dream. I woke up in the middle of the night going, oh, I get it. And I came down in my underwear in my basement Okay, too much information, guys. I'm sorry. And
No,
I
but
sat here
that's
with my
interesting.
electric guitar.
Yeah, got it.
I started playing along with whatever blues music would come up, and I figured out I got it. I figured it out. So that is pretty cool, And so the most enjoyable thing was about 3 weeks after I got out, maybe 4. I go back to that hospital. I had to be driven back. I wasn't, cleared to drive. I am now. I've actually gone through New York City driving in my truck, for crying out loud already.
Yeah, right.
I don't live in New York, but I had to go there to do a talk.
And the Arizona desert. Okay,
In the
so
Arizona
yeah.
desert, yeah. But you know what? I ended up giving all the stuff I had. I had a walker that I just set aside after the first week, and I bought a cane, thinking I'll need a cane. I tried the cane and said, you know what, this is really more trouble than it's worth, and my brain thinks of it as a crutch.
Oh, wow.
So I got rid of it, and I just literally braved walking the 10 feet from the couch to the bathroom. And that 10 feet was like walking into the desert with no water and no food. It looked like forever. It looked like so far away, And when I got halfway there, okay, I can kind of turn my head and look behind me and see where I came from and where I have to go to, and I'm like, I am in the middle of the freaking desert right now. If I fall, no one will ever find me out here.
Oh, no one can hear you scream, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, anyway, but that kind of thing makes the brain work really hard. And that's what people have to do when they have these kinds of deficits. They've got to not be afraid. Doctor, give me a pill, make the pain go away. No, doctor, don't give me a pill. I need to experience this pain because it's going to make the brain retrain itself. And I know there's people in the chat who know what I'm talking about. So anyway, that said, what a crazy moon, huh?
How about those Dodgers? Yeah.
Yeah, no. But
Tim F says, by the way, he didn't know that you were a drummer. He's been a drummer since he was 14, and now he is 45.
Oh, wow.
So,
well,
yeah.
Tim,
so
yeah, you know who taught me how to play drums?
I do, but go ahead and tell everybody.
I went to college with this really crazy guy that was a phenomenal drummer, and I picked up his stylings, and we started working, not playing together, but he would teach me, he'd give me lessons and stuff. And then I actually learned drumming from some of the best jazz greats like Ed Blackwell and so forth. This was while I was in college. Well, it turns out that guy that taught me how to play drums in the first place ended up graduating college and went on to found another drum group that you may know. It's called the Blue Man Group. And his name is Chris Wink. And Chris was my drum teacher for years. And
that is so cool.
It's the coolest thing. And so when I went to see the Blue Man Group in New York, the Astor Theater is where the original group was. And all the rest are just like new people, different people. It's very, very gratifying to watch that, to see all that activity on the stage and to see all that creativity. And what's weird is, long before I knew about Blue Man Group, I was creating my own PVC instruments because I knew that the sound that PVC makes, that resonance, is something that's so cool. And I had been playing didgeridoo, which is a resonant instrument. You're just setting up what's called a standing wave in physics inside a termite-eaten hollow log. I got a ton of didgeridoos behind me up against the wall, some that I've made.
And you even have like a travel compact one, yes, in a box, kind of?
It's actually only about this big, and it plays a full depth of sound. Because it's literally over 4.5 feet long of undulated turns inside this really, really finely milled out object. And I just put it in the suitcase and take it with me. And you hear this drone, the didgeridoo, and then you hear vocalizations. You can talk inside of it, and the Aboriginals. They especially with the moon. Okay, the moon was extremely important. The Aborigines told stories with didgeridoos and sound, and just imitations. So I can do kookaburras and kangaroos and all kinds of sounds through the didgeridoo. And then I made a didgeridoo. Okay, again, thinking like Blue Man Group, apparently, not at the time, I didn't know. But I actually made my own didgeridoos out of PVC pipe. And then I would actually buy acrylic tubing that was slightly bigger diameter that could sleeve over that didgeridoo, okay, because it was just PVC pipe. And then I would put a handle on it. And now you see, I had a trombone didgeridoo, so I had it's a digibone. Because didgeridoos, you see, are one tone. They're E flat, they're A sharp, they're whatever.
I was going to ask. Yeah, right.
Okay,
wow.
they're one particular note. Yeah, and so the music has to revolve around those. But if you have one that can actually change pitch, now you have a didgeridoo that can actually play along to the music. When the key change occurs, the didgeridoo can do a key change as well. So it can go, I mean, you can do that with it. And that's something that you could never do with a didgeridoo. See, originally. So,
yeah, because previously it was a didgeridoo, right?
Very good. Well, very good.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Okay.
Yeah, moon's getting better and better, guys. It's looking really pretty. We do have this is Plato. This is that 60-mile diameter crater I was telling you about earlier. The weird thing is, it's kind of interesting how some parts of the moon. Okay, the focus has changed a little bit. I got to go change the focus. If you guys, if I'm boring you with this talk, just let me know. I can always just go back to straightforward astronomy with you guys. I don't know if it's boring you too much here.
I'm scanning the chat, and I'm just seeing, Tara is saying thanks for sharing such interesting, unusual stories, and Tim F is saying he was a metal drummer, but he loves percussion, et cetera, and how jazz is mind-busting patterns. Anahata 77 saw the Blue Man Group in Boston, calling it unforgettable and a wonderful experience. Tim F saw it in Detroit, and so... Yeah. No, it's funny. This seems like it's off topic. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Those are all different trios. Those are all different individuals in the Blue Man Group in those different places, Las Vegas, elsewhere. They're all different.
And Isabella says, I can listen to Mark's stories all night. So say we all, Isabella.
Isabella, thank you. That's very kind. But you don't want to hear me talking all night, honestly. Tim F, I saw Stomp as well. Stomp was one of those things that you just have to see. Stomp is great. And because it goes back to like when I was a kid, and probably you, Tim F, when you were a kid, everything you had made music. Everything you had played a tune. Everything you had a rhythm to it. You sit there, it's as simple as like having a glass with a pen.
Yep.
And you just play it, and then you add a foot thing in there. And then you say something, and then all of a sudden you've got this whole composition. It's so cool.
And I think what that harkens back to is the beginning of music.
Oh yeah,
the very beginning.
Primal rhythms were always my thing. I was always into primal rhythms. That's why Australian music and didgeridoos, Aboriginal, Dreamtime, that was all something that I have I've ingrained that in myself. Now maybe it's because Aboriginals are the native peoples, the indigenous of Australia. My mother was a Native American, Passamaquoddy Native American, and Irish, okay? But they were also very primal. And that's something that is just, it's just I don't know, it gives you a very different understanding of music when you listen to these primal rhythms getting banged out on almost anything. And like I said, we know when we're kids, everything makes music. Yes. Everything makes music. Some things better than others. One thing that doesn't make music is the lampshade on that antique lamp. That makes music once. It goes ding, 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 psh.
Right, crash, and then all the repercussions.
And there was repercussion. Yeah, there was percussion, all right. Repercussions.
A little joke there, but exactly. I think our first music as humans was thumping and clumping around the campfire on logs, etc.
Yeah. Oh, and see, like for instance, when you listen to didgeridoo music, you hear chanting, and you also hear these sticks that are clacking together. Ch, ch, ch. Those are keeping rhythm, right?
Right.
Well, then you also hear you'll also hear the didgeridoo drones, okay? And the didgeridoo drone sometimes has really exotic additions to it. There's something called trumpeting, where it suddenly gets very loud and continues, and then goes back to, it's like,
yes.
And the thing is, you have to keep expelling air. You can't stop. You always have to be putting air out through your mouth.
Right. Circular breathing.
That's right. Circular breathing. And so, how's that work? You have to breathe in through your nose while you're breathing out through your mouth, okay? But you also have to get that air into your lungs and then out through your mouth. How do you do that at the same time? Nobody can. What you do is you do like Dizzy Gillespie did, who was a famous trumpet player. He had cheeks the size of freaking plastic bags. That guy could inflate.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and so what you do is you're always like this, okay? And you're blowing out, like when you're inhaling through your nose, you're going, see, I'm inhaling through my nose at the same time as I'm squeezing out through my mouth and my cheeks. See?
Right.
I just did it. Okay, that's the didgeridoo breath.
Wow.
Yeah, and in fact, one of the people that I listen to get didgeridoo lessons is like, he'll say didgeridoo breath, didgeridoo breath. You say the rhythm and then you can do the rhythm. That's the other thing. And I said
oh my God.
And I did that.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking of how the brain interprets that. This is all tied in some incredible, magnificent way.
It is. And I when I was learning Indian drumming, when I took Mridangam and was studying Mridangam drumming in India, they have written drum beats, but it's not what you would think. It's not like notes on a page. It's just sounds and words. So, I'll give you an example. This is not Mridangam, but it's like anything. It's like bong bong pi bong 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 ping bong ba bong ping bong bong. If you can say that, you can do that on the drums. And what is bong? Well, bong is like a snare hit. Blink. Okay. What ping bong? Okay. That's maybe a rim shot. Bong pi bong bong ping bong bong. Okay. And then you add to that, and if you can say the rhythm, you can do the rhythm. And that's what and that's whenever I was drumming, okay, I would constantly be saying that rhythm.
Wow.
And then it comes out. It just comes out. Your body does automatically what your mind already knows how to do.
Right, it's that combined, brain and the rest of the physiology.
Yes,
right,
that's
yeah.
right. Look at this area on the moon right here. Okay.
And I just want to say before you wrap up and leave all this, that there has been a lot written and said about the fact that music and harmonics and rhythm is like a unifying thing worldwide. I'm wondering if it's a unifying thing interplanetary wise.
Hey, just ask Douglas Trumbull on Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
There we go. Perfect. Yeah.
In the scene in that movie that really just, when Francois Truffaut goes to India, and he says, "And where did this sound come from?"
Right.
Every hand points to the sky.
I can see that. Every hand pointing.
I got chills from that.
My favorite scenes.
I still get chills from that. Yeah. It's really amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, I know that there's life out there. We know that. So I'm certain of it. Okay, I want to do something now that I'm here.
Yes, right.
I want to
do this incredible visual, right?
I know. Well, sorry.
No. Hey, listen, it was a great ride, and it's all connected.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's random at all or off topic. Frankly, I think that we're going to find out as decades go forward that this is all connected. But anyway, yeah, look at that.
I do think so. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna increase our rate here, and I'm gonna go the other way, the other left. Okay. Because I'm going to go just out of shot. It's just, let me just make it a little more so you can see what I'm saying. Okay, so what happens now is I'm just out of shot. The moon is still there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a very long exposure. Might be too bright. Yeah, it's going to be too bright. But I'll take the moon just out of the shot. We can see a star. There's one star right now. That's... Where is this? There it is. You can see the star. See it right here. The star right there. There's a star right there. You see it? There it is. Little star. Okay, so clearly there's stars right by the moon. Okay, but I want to show you something in particular. So I'm gonna.
I just have to interrupt.
Yeah,
in
please.
chat, Tim F says that you are the most, all caps, interesting man alive. And, so say we all. And Kyle Lynchhub is here.
Hey,
He
Kyle.
says he's been playing piano for 13 years.
Yeah.
And then Tara makes this great analogy. In Greg, that's Greg with 2 G's, shorthand, you say the sound in your mind and it comes out as a stroke on a sheet of paper. You can see the sounds in your mind.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That's very.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See.
Loving all that.
Yeah. So by moving over here,
Oh, okay. Wow. Look at that. I can see the moonshine,
you
so
can
to
see
speak.
the moonshine. That's right. And I'm gonna just we'll take 6 seconds. It's gonna be pretty bright here because this is the visible light. I would probably have to take it down a notch.
Such a bumpy edge that was visible there when you moved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just. It's a little too bright. Yeah. Okay, but what we're looking at, actually, there's a bright cluster right nearby where we are, and it's actually, I want to get to this. So I'm going to go there. We'll say go there, and let's see if it comes back near that. Okay, so it's going to go to a nearby star. The way the telescope works is it finds a nearby bright star. The bright moon could throw it off a little bit, so we have to be a little careful. See what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
But the way it works is the telescope takes a location, takes a bright star, and makes that the centerpiece of where it's going to go, and from there it calculates the exact distance it has to go to get to the thing you're looking for. And that's kind of what it's doing. So it just went down, and I don't know if it's going to stop here or move from here. If it does, it's going to go further this way if it does. But you can see that there's movement going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then it caught it, and then what's it going to do? Now it's coming back a little bit, and well, we'll find out. Let's find out. Does it think we're here? All right, well, let's just try this. And the first thing I'm going to do is actually... I'm going to take this out of our pass-through. So now we're no longer going to do white light. And we're going to do... that's the spectra. And there is filter number 1. Okay. And if we go to... Yeah, it's a little too close, I think, for us to see it. But what I was trying to show you was this cluster that's very nearby here. Well, we'll do 6 seconds anyway and see what we get. I don't know if we're going to see it, but we'll find out. Yeah,
Tick,
okay.
tick, tick. Well, we patiently wait.
Yeah, there's not long to wait. Yeah, we can see some of the stars. There's a very bright cluster nearby here called Messier 35. It's also called the Shoe Buckle Cluster. It's in Gemini.
Huh.
And I was trying to locate that, but it was kind of hard because because of the brightness of the moon. But no big deal. No worries. What I'll do now is I will move us over a little more. Okay. There it is. Or is that it? That might be it. Okay. And what I'm going to do now actually is go into focus mode here because I'm also working on an autofocus system for this, and I've had some pretty good luck with it, and I'm still working on it. But going between filters, it can automatically focus because the filters have different focal planes.
Ah.
Yeah, and I can make it do it. I just have to try to understand how it's doing things. 6 seconds at 4,000. Let's see what that does when we're near the moon.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I don't know if we're gonna see it as I expect. Well, there it is. That's the cluster.
Wow.
So right near the moon, we can actually see this beautiful open cluster. Right with all the moonlight. And what I'll do is I'll drop us down. Thanks for joining me tonight, by the way, Carol.
Oh, hey, again, I love the invite. I can't think of anything I would rather be doing.
That's not true.
Well, no, actually, well, okay. No, but specifically, that is true.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's Mesher 35.
Wow.
We got to see it.
Okay, right.
Right near the moon, which is kind of cool because the moon looks like, obviously like this. And Mesher 35 is just out of shot to the right here, which is kind of cool. Yep. Neato. Neat.
Hello.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
Oh, my.
Yeah, we don't see it in its full richness, though, because of the moon glow. But remember that blue color we talked about? Daryl talked about earlier. Okay, that's the scattering. That's the Rayleigh scattering that gives us a blue sky. Well, here you go. We're seeing it here, too, because of the moon glow. When you overexpose, you see the blue sky. Same as the daytime, for the same reason. Now,
But there's a lot there. I mean, there's a lot of detail there.
Yeah, there is. Okay, now let's see. Let's see if we can do this. I don't know if we can, but we'll try it. There's a nebula up here that I like to look at, but it's so close to the moon, I don't even know if we'll see it. But we're going to try. You can hear the telescope moving.
Right. Oh, I love that sound.
Yeah, it's a sound of progress.
Yeah. Far-reaching progress.
Yes. It's the sound of progress. Okay, this has to go over here more. Okay. All right, and let's see now. Okay, that's going to be my alignment star, I would imagine. Or not. It'll find it.
The graphic is saying a flaming star nebula?
Yes.
Scheibel's flaming star?
Scheibel?
Scheibel?
Oh.
I don't know. It's gone now.
No,
Shaeberle. Okay.
You're looking at the YouTube again, not the.
Yeah. Oh, well, see. Wow. Okay. A little bit of confusion. Never mind. Disregard.
Yeah. Scheibele's flaming star.
Shaeberle. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can catch it here. Go to 20,000, and what are we on? We are on narrowband 2, which is good, and we'll go. It might be hard to see because the moon is so darn close. Actually, you know what? Let's just let's go right to the chase. Let's go down to narrowband 1. Okay, and now let's do 25 seconds at 20,000 to see if we can see it.
To see what we can see.
We're going to see what we can see because this is so important. I tell you, no, listen. This is very important. These stars are
I must laugh.
amazing.
It is to laugh.
There is no laughter in the heavens. Nobody
Okay.
laughs. The stars are hot. They'll hurt you. They burn you. Ow, hot.
Okay.
Yes.
No laugh.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we're not able to, I think it's over there. We can't quite see it with this, but that is the reason we cannot see it.
Yeah.
But that's okay, because I just thought I'd give it a try. You know?
Well, hey.
Uh-huh. I thought I'd try it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Why not? With the Spider Nebula I've seen before, we were able to see that.
Oh.
Yeah. Spider and the Fly. Let's check it out.
I just read somebody's post on YouTube. No. Facebook that it was a number of spiders we unwittingly consume per year. It was like 25. Okay, but then he went on to post, but you can have more, as many as you want. Okay. I mean, like, as in eat spiders. And okay. Moving along.
You ruined my night.
I'm so sorry. I actually had the experience of
Eating
camping
a spider?
in the high Sierras and swallowing what I hoped. I convinced myself it was a feather from my sleeping bag in the tent, but I'm pretty much thinking that it was a spider. And it was like, oh. Because, like I take spiders outside,
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm moving forward.
Okay.
Moving in heavenly realms.
Yes. Absolutely. Heavenly. There you go.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, I don't know if we got it here or not. Like I said, the moon can cause us to end up messing up, but well, I'll try it. Let's see if we got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, Isabella says, no, Carol. LOL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm right.
When
right.
I was younger, I actually wanted to have a pet tarantula. And
Oh, wow.
I found a pet store and that sold them for very low prices. And
Really?
yeah, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And there's a nebula right down there. Okay, let me
Oh, yeah.
yeah, let me see now. We were just like this.
Back to business here.
Yeah, no, it's business. This is pleasure.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, all right. So how about topic at hand? But I mean, spider
Yes.
nebula, spiders. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
no, very, very good point.
So did you buy a pet tarantula?
I did not. No, that's one thing I have never done. I've never owned a tarantula.
Yeah.
I've never owned a tarantula. Never.
I found that, the tarantella, is
Yes.
connected to the word tarantula, I believe. Like Italian dance or music. When you were bitten by one, you danced around a lot. I don't know. This is in the ephemera part of my wonky brain.
That is as good a reasonable answer as any.
I'll stop now.
But Gas Mask says, but has a fly going up your nose before?
Right. Ooh, no.
Yes, Gas Mask, a fly has indeed
Really?
gone up my nose and did not want to come out.
Oh my God.
Do you know how maddening that is when it gets way up in there?
Oh my
And-
God.
and
Oh,
no matter
please,
what-
I'm not going to sleep tonight.
No matter what you do, it won't come out. Oh.
Are we privy to are you going to share the circumstances under which
Oh,
said
yeah,
fly
yeah,
went
yeah.
up your nose?
Yeah. No, I was actually this poor unlucky Diptera, because that's the order of Diptera, for
Right.
in the kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species.
Right.
It was flying, and I just happened to go at the moment.
Oh my God.
And he went, and like that. I was like, what was that? And I was going, up in there.
Help me,
Yeah,
right? Like the movie.
And it's like, and I'm going like this. I'm going, and try to get it out. And it just latched on and wouldn't let go. It was like, help me, I'm scared. And the poor thing, I mean, I feel bad for
Yeah,
animals, you
I
know, I
know.
really do.
Yeah, yeah.
Even ones that are stuck in me.
Yep, yep.
There's the fly nebula, look. In Homage to the Fly, you can see his two beady eyes.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Hello, fly.
Hello.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm.
Let me see if I can take a longer shot.
Homage to the fly.
Yeah.
Vincent Price included, I suppose.
Ah, ha, ha. Yeah, exactly. I like how he laughs. Yeah. Let's try this. So, yeah, and so I basically, I finally got it out, but it came shooting out like a slingshot.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And it wasn't moving much after it hit the ground. I think it was like, what the heck? What just happened? No, what happened? I got snorfed. What is this stuff? The poor thing.
Oh.
I felt bad. I thought, do I dry it? You know, like a hair.
Oh, no. Rinse it off under a
Yeah,
little
do I
butter.
rinse it off?
I don't know what.
Yeah. And I believe.
Well, at least.
Ooh, look at that. That was nice. So here's the This is. Let me get it right. Okay, this is the Fly Nebula.
This is when SkyTour time is fly tour time, right?
Ooh, Sky Tour, Fly Tour, My Tour.
Yeah. Hey, there we go.
Yeah, Y Tour.
I think we have a rap song somehow.
Check it out. So there
Oh my
is.
God,
That's
look
the
at
Fly
that.
Nebula. Yeah, I mean, you can almost see like
Yes,
flying around.
Yeah.
You know, this
Yep.
fly. But that's it.
I
That's
sure
the beautiful-
can.
And,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
good when you
Oh
consider
my
the moon is
God.
right nearby. You know. So yeah, so neat. And there's another one too right near it that we should check out while we're here.
Wow. So the question,
I'm
if
sorry,
the
that was
question
the
is, do we
Spider
want
Nebula. I'm
do
sorry,
we
that was
want
the-
flies with that? And the
was
answer is yes.
That was the Spider Nebula, not the Fly Nebula.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wait. See, wow. Okay,
Now
well,
we have
again,
to
we're
go.
back to the movie.
Now we have to go
All right.
about a field's width, okay? And we have to go down this way. But I think we're going to just tell it to go there and watch what happens.
You know, there's a big old connection in folklore, you know, the spider and the fly. So
Yes,
okay.
I know.
Okay.
You're right.
Ah,
Perhaps she'll
redemption.
die. There was an old lady who swallowed a fly.
Yeah.
Why she swallowed a fly? Perhaps she'll die. Remember that?
Oh, I certainly do. Many verses. Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
It just went
Wiggled
on
and tickled
on.
and jiggled inside her. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this just went on so long that you just wanted it to stop.
Please stop. Oh, God, please stop. Right.
I'm
Yeah.
done with this song. Okay, the old lady died. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
She swallowed a cow. No one can eat a cow. Mr. Science Guy reasoned why that couldn't happen.
I know.
I stopped
exactly.
singing when it, like, you know, she swallowed a cat. You know, what do you mean? No
Yeah.
one can. Oh, stop.
Fancy
Oh,
that. Well, that's
silly.
horrendous. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the guy now. Bert. No, is that? Yeah. Tara is saying, waiter, there's a fly in my telescope.
Very good, Tara.
Tara, that's brilliant. You get the award for the night. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes, indeed.
What's the name of the guy? He does this like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer thing. Oh, he's Burl Ives. That's who I'm thinking of. Burl Ives.
Yeah, very distinctive voice.
Yeah.
A very distinctive voice.
Yep.
Okay, let's see if the Fly Nebula, as I recall, was fainter.
Hmm.
It was fainter. You can see the telescope is still seeing perfectly out of there.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, guys, thank you for coming tonight to all our madness. It's good of you to come here. It's all Carol's fault, by the way.
I know. I seem to precipitate madness
yes,
wherever I go.
Indeed,
I don't know.
Indeed, it's all your fault.
Yeah. Okay.
The madness
My
is
fault.
on you.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so I'm putting that crazy on you. I don't know. Can you hear the train? There's a train going by in my neighborhood.
I
It's
do
about
not. As long as
10
it's on
blocks away.
tracks.
But yeah, I love it. But anyway.
As long as it's on the tracks, that's good, you know?
Oh yeah. Oh, always
good.
on the tracks. Wow. Okay, what are we seeing now?
Well, that's the, I think that's supposed to be the Fly Nebula, but let me
Oh, okay.
go back and look at our...
That almost looks like a cluster right
No,
there.
it's Spy Nebula. Yeah, that's the Fly Nebula, right?
Ah, yeah, okay.
Oh, no. It must be by the Pinwheel Cluster.
Ah,
What the heck? What am I doing there?
no, but it's beautiful.
No, maybe... Okay, maybe I'm here.
I think I skewed stuff. I'm so sorry.
No, not at all.
Okay, all right,
I
good.
don't believe so.
Okay.
It's always harder when the moon's out, you know?
Sure.
So, yeah. That might be the Pinwheel Cluster, actually. Yeah, it's kind of tough when the moon is wreaking havoc on our telescope views.
The pesky moon.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, that's the Flywheel Cluster we're looking at. I don't know why it didn't go here. Okay. One more time. Let's try. Let's see if it goes. Well, I saw a star go by, so I know it's trying. Oh, you know what? It might actually be... It might not be able to get to our star for the hyper accurate pointing because I think the dome's in the way.
Oh.
That's why I couldn't do it. So it's trying its best without it. Okay, that's what it was. All right. That happens.
Interesting.
Okay, that's good though. That's actually good to know. Because remember, when it's 2,500 miles away, I can't just go out there and move the dome. Because there's no dome out there I'm going to be moving.
Yeah, because by the time you got there and back, I mean, we'd all be asleep and...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Wow.
Yep. All right, let's see here. Yeah, that's Auriga. There's some beautiful clusters in Auriga. Okay. What's that?
No,
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying something.
no,
Funny.
just observing and...
Thought you were being funny.
Yeah, well, no, actually, no, I'm just, this is like, wow, even seeing just the chart form
Yeah.
is, it takes my breath away. It's, wow.
Yeah, where am I going here? I want to show you something else. Maybe up here. Okay, we're gonna... Moon's out, but we're gonna try it. And hopefully we can see it. This is the... We're gonna try to head for the Triangulum Galaxy. Messier 33. Are we going there? I'm waiting. Maybe it actually didn't. Hold on.
Yeah,
There it
Anahata
goes. It's
77
moving
puts
now.
it so well. There's just so much to love here.
Yeah. That's good, Anahata. Thank you. We have a good time. We have a really good time here.
Indeed.
Oh, the telescope's pointing up there. Oh boy. Yeah, that's included. I have to go move dome to see this.
Ah,
Can you hang
take
out?
the dome home. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go move the dome. Thank you for
It's
keeping everybody on the straight and narrow there, Carol.
Yeah, well, I will do my best. Danny Johnson, hello from Houston. Hi there, Texas. Wow. Yeah, I was in Texas a long time ago. It was an amazing city. Absolutely. Kyle Lynchub, when does Tess announce data? I have no idea. I haven't checked on their website for quite a while. I know the big deal is Voyager 2 has been upgraded, and there's like some attempt at contact. Whether they search each sector each month, Kyle, I don't know. And then Lynch Hub Kyle says, Martian, where from upstate that you used to live in CUSE? I don't know what CUSE is. Oh my gosh. Weho Key 81. I raised a rat from a baby. I still see him when I look up at the stars. Oh my God, baby rodents. Ask me about the time that I had, coincidentally, I was doing Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella in a local production. Okay, and so we have, the coach and the blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. And there was a baby rat. There was a rat who was in our backyard. And I don't know, I think I chased one of our cats away from her. She had 7 babies. And I took them all, put them in a large kind of an aquarium, terrarium kind of thing in our house, and took care of them for a long time. Occasionally they would get out and run around this room that was a dedicated, shall we say, baby rat room in the back of our house. And at the time, by the way, that was kind of tricky because we had 4 cats. So I had to spend a lot of time, making sure the cats never had access to that room. It had a door on it, and it all worked. Suffice it to say that when the babies were at the point where I could no longer feel that I was taking appropriate care of them, we drove them about 3 blocks away from our house on the other side of Route 66 to a botanic garden and let them go, and figured, that they were more than well equipped to be able to do what they could do. And I don't know if we broke any kind of like city laws, but yeah. That was the only thing I could think of as an appropriate thing to do. Tara had a pet mouse. Yeah, indeed. And yeah, when my kids were little, every vacation, this was the household to which the pet classroom rats were brought. And so, yeah, Lynch Hub says, I owned one. I miss him. He loved me. Yeah, I know. It's an amazing thing. The kind of, talk about interspecies communication. You don't know rats until you had an up close and personal, and there's I can't explain it, but anyway, Mark, are you back?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about a critter thing here. Yeah, rats. Yeah. And by the way, Tess, do you know? Kyle's question was, does Tess announce data and when? Because he's been having sticky issues with their website. Do they search each sector each month?
Yeah, they go through a regular schedule. So yes, they will do that. I don't know what their actual announcement is. I don't know the schedule per se, but I do know that it's definitely. It's definitely a scheduled announcement, and it's a scheduled viewing. Tess is almost done with its primary mission. By the way, if you notice the telescope in the little inset down there, you can see that we're heading over to another location, and we should see something coming into our view here. Okay, that's the star that's used as a identifier. Yes. Good music.
Perfect music. Yep.
Once that's centered, it's going to zip away, and then we're going to get to the object of our intentions, which I think you will really enjoy. First time of the season. There it is. Guess what that is?
Oh, Amanda, where are you when I need you?
Oh, Amanda may not know. She might, but Daryl would know in an instant.
Yeah. don't know.
Well, I'll tell you. First of all, we look at this object. In the center of this object, if we zoom in here, we're doing this zoom thing here. I will show you. In the middle of it, there are these bright stars. 4 of them, in fact. They're right in here. Okay. And this is a nebula. And this is a wintertime object. Who knows? Who knows in chat where we are? Who knows? Somebody knows where we are.
This is a chat test.
Yes,
You won't be graded.
This is a chat test. This is only a test. And what I'll do is I'm going to take us... Now, I think that we have to... we're on narrowband 1, which is a good filter to have right now on this. Just keep watching the chat there, Carol, so people...
I am watching. I'm seeing nobody weighing in yet.
Okay, well...
Lynch Hub Kyle wants to. Can you take a spectrograph image for me for analysis? I want to see the composition of it. Well,
yeah, my spectrograph is not hooked up yet, Kyle.
Okay.
I have a grading in here, but a grading is not good for this. All right, let's just do this. Let's do.
Tara says, "Dang, I didn't study." Lynch Hub says, "Dumbbell."
Nope. Dumbbell is summertime measure 27. Okay, 5,000 ISO sensitivity and 25 seconds. Are y'all ready? Say you are.
Okay, I'm not ready, but I'm ready. I mean, sure.
Okay.
Fire away.
I'm sure you're ready. I'm sure you're all ready. All right, so let's go and take a picture, shall we?
Do it?
I would like to, actually, but what's going on here? Yeah.
It's strange. I'm only seeing actually 3 objects. I think you said there were 4?
Yeah, there's 4 in there.
That's strange. I can't. My eye is only perceiving 3.
Okay.
But that's just me.
Yeah, I'm gonna try something here. I gotta find out what happened here.
And you know, so Danny Johnson is saying clue, and Kyle is saying M33, Messier 33.
No, good. I wanted to look at that earlier, but I didn't.
And then Ronald from Earth Radio saying triangulum.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No.
We're doing 25 seconds at 5,000. And if you think it's beautiful then, wait to see what comes up next. And how much bigger it is than you think. Okay. There we go. Now do you know what it is, guys?
I'm checking the chat. And now there may be a delay, but the last thing I'm seeing is Ron's conjecture that it's triangulum. I'm not seeing anything posted after that.
No, this is something that's even more...
Oh my God.
Incredible. First of all, keep in mind, we're...
That's gorgeous.
Tara got it. Tara, you're right. It's the Orion Nebula.
Oh, God, yeah. There, she just posted it right after I left.
Right.
Yeah, Lynch Hub says Orion, exclamation point, question mark.
Yep.
Yeah, Danny Johnson says Eagle. And Isabella Melamud, Orion Nebula. Yeah, oh my God, right, it is. There it is in all its blazing glory.
Yep, and I'm doing a deeper photo now. And we're using the very narrow band system, so it's actually the narrowest band system there is. So we're looking at very narrow slices, but what we're taking out of it is all the specific wavelengths that we want. We want to look at the oxygen 3, we want to look at the sulfur 2, we want to look at the H alpha, hydrogen alpha. You can't understand just how narrow these slots are. They're tiny little slots looking at the entire spectrum coming from this thing. It's as if we're taking a picture on a dark sky night. The moon's out. Not too far from this.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, if we go, there it is. You can see it. And now that trapezium, those 4
Gosh.
stars, are in
Oh
here.
my.
Okay, they're in here, but they're overexposed, so we can't see them. Okay. This is a dark nebula that is in front of the brighter nebula behind. This and this are together, but this whole area here is in front of it. So it's over here in front, and the nebula is behind it, and it's blocking part of the nebula behind it.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't that something else? First,
That's
this is the first view of the season,
oh my
guys.
God.
Yeah. Yeah. And the way it works in the Orion Nebula, okay, this here is hydrogen alpha. That is to say that hydrogen gas being made to glow. This little guy right here, this narrow line right here, along with this is oxygen 3, doubly ionized oxygen. And then we have some reflection nebula in here. That is the same thing as the scattering, the blue scattering that we see. It's just stunning, okay? And then that's it's just beautiful, okay? And now if we change this over to narrowband 2, okay, let's just go to narrowband 2 for a second. All right, which is the slightly wider narrowband filter. You'll actually see more stars suddenly appear right now. See how brighter they are? And now, when I told you could see 4 stars?
Yes.
All right. Well, now you can see 4 stars. Watch.
Yeah.
There they are.
Wow. Oh my God. There they are.
Okay. Because now they're actually visible to you. And so now, if we're going to do this and do 25 seconds also at 10,000, now watch the difference. So, again, we have a moon out. So the sky is going to look disproportionately blue. Hey there, Danny Johnson. How you doing?
And Tara D says there's a 3D effect.
Oh yeah, it does look that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you know the orientation of the dust clouds, the black clouds are in front of the bright nebula, you can almost see that. Okay, so now you'll notice how much the nebula looks like it has all this glow. But something that you'll notice now when we look like here in the nebula, look at these little stars. 1, 2, 3. See those little 3 stars?
Yeah.
Those are so cool. Those little 3 stars are stars that almost weren't visible. These guys, these guys weren't visible in the other shot. Okay, how do we know? Because I can show you. If we go to that shot, okay, and bring it down here, all right. Okay, where are they? Where are those stars? We come back here, and you can see them, right?
Yeah.
Here they are, right there. Okay, these 3 stars, right there. But we come back into this shot, and we try to see that same thing. They're supposed to be. Let me bring it down to make it about the same. You can just barely see that they're supposed to be right there. What's happening is they're not giving off the wavelengths that this particular filter can see.
Oh.
Okay, so they're effectively invisible. All right. So again, okay, here it is. All right. Oh, see, every time I move it, it moves elsewhere.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So here it is. Okay. You see the 3, and then over here, you don't. You know, you don't. I mean, you basically see just a little bit of them right there. But that's about it.
Very faint.
Isn't it cool? Yeah. So, you know, the wavelengths are selective, and they can actually show you things that you wouldn't expect to see. But what these filters do, what this filter does, is it shows you intricate detail. Look at the detail in here, all the way out to here and all the way out to here. When we process this, all this would show up brightly, very bright, you know. This is this is also similar, but look at, you don't see all this intricate detail here, do you?
No,
Okay.
there's yeah, right.
Compared to
Right.
this, you can see intricate wisps and stuff in here.
Right. There's noise in the other one, right?
Yeah, well, there's actually a lot of this blue. Okay, you see some detail, but you don't see the same level of detail.
Uh-huh.
You know, this shows you a lot of that. This other filter shows you a lot of that. Now, let's just go up from here just a little bit. I don't have to go too far. I can actually change the speed here, make it go a little faster. And let's go north, shall we?
Shall
Yes,
we?
we shall.
North.
Yep. And we make our way to stars. I think we go a little farther north. I think we go to here. Okay. And now we'll do 25 seconds at 10,000 on this guy. Also with narrowband 2. Okay. And I had to wait for the guide star to be captured. Alright, we are here. Okay, just so you know, we are looking there. Alright, and here we go. And now we're off and running. So from this guy, we'll see what's just up above it. Okay, just up there. And I can tell you something about the morphology, how this nebula formed. It's really cool.
Oh yeah, please.
But first, we have to look at this nebula. Oh, actually, I went a little too farther north. I knew I was going to do that. Yep, I just got to go a little south now. I had it right to begin with. I thought I was going too far.
Huh.
Okay, why are we not working? Come on. There we go. Alright, that's what I wanted to have. Okay, we gotta let that kick in. I could have actually just, kicked in the live video feed. That's live video. And you can see there's a nebula there. I do believe there's a nebula there. Okay, so 10,000 quarter second. Shut that off. Boom. And now let's do this. And oh, did I not shut it off? There we go. And now we can do it. All right.
Ah, okay.
Now I'll take the picture. 25 seconds at 10,000. Music is kind of nice.
It is very.
I feel like we have our own little piano player down there in the little orchestra pit playing music for us while we show this.
Yeah, what do you
wonders.
pay that guy? That's great.
Okay. Now, because of the moon, we're not able to see it as well, but this is actually the Running Man Nebula, which is just north of the Orion Nebula. And we can't see all the detail because the Running Man Nebula is predominantly blue. So you see, this is how it looks with narrowband 2. But, again, let's go back now and take our narrowband filter and make it the first one, narrowband 1. This is going to chop out, again, most of the light of the moon. So now you have these little narrow slots. Same exposure, 25 seconds at 10,000. You ready? Let's
Ready.
go see. Scotty, we got to check it out. Let's go see, Captain. Scotty, did you just call me a sea captain?
That's not a show.
I must have done so. You're fired. Mr. Scott, you're fired. Okay.
Fire away.
Uh-huh. Here we go. Let's see now. Well, that's... Oh, you know what? I forgot. My mistake.
Minor detail.
The filter needs more light, so I have to increase the sensitivity or the exposure time. In the interest of keeping the audience from falling asleep, I will do this now. I mean, this is somewhat of a small stream tonight. You know, folks are caught up with everything going on in the country, and they're not really too energetic about watching SkyTour LiveStream. That's fine.
Well, you know, I think on the other hand, there is the thing that, you know, people don't want to continue to be caught up, and they would love this diversion. So yeah.
Yeah, so you can see the nebula here. It's normally really, really bright, but because of the moon, and also because of the fact that it's kind of low to the horizon, we're not going to see much. You can't go wrong with this guy, okay? Because it's the brightest nebula in the sky. You can't miss it, you know?
Beautiful.
Just can't miss it. Okay, so let's see if we can eke out.
Do you think that if we have a good Bortle number, that we could actually see this with our naked eyes in the sky from our backyard?
Yes.
Wow.
You'll definitely see this.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. The Running Man will be very clear. You know, we'll see it from Arizona. I did see it from Arizona. You could see it without any problem. With a pair of binoculars, you can see more detail than you ever knew was there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, where I am, there's a lot of, you know, adjacent Los Angeles city light pollution. And then, of course, I've got this tree issue, you know.
Yes.
A lot of old growth trees which block the stuff that's close to the horizon.
Yeah. So, once again, the fact that this is difficult to see goes to the fact that this particular object is mostly blue, and the sky glow that we're trying to cut through is mostly blue. So it doesn't differentiate. It's hard to differentiate. So, but when you use this filter, you can start to see some of this shape. You can start to see this. There's a dark area right here. Okay, right there. There's a dark area that protrudes up, and so you know it's really something. And you know, if I were to show you, if I were to just go out quickly and show you what we're looking at, the Running Man Nebula is something that you cannot. You'll never look at it. You'll never look at it the same way again once you see how it looks when it's all processed. You know, so I can show you that. So let's go here. You can't see what I'm doing. No, I'm just kidding.
Magic.
I'm just trying to bring you something you can see, so you can see what I'm talking about.
Right.
Okay, so looking for it. I know it's here. I know it's here. There it is. Okay, so this...
But by the way, before we start, I just want to say that Anahata77 says an excellent perspective balancer and such good medicine.
Oh,
to which Tara agrees. Yeah, but that is the absolute truth and so well put.
Well, here it is. This is the processed. This is the processed one of these. Okay, it doesn't look it, but when you process this, okay, see those stars?
Yes.
Right, well, you're actually looking at these stars. See that? That's what's really there.
Oh my God.
That's what's really there. Yeah.
Totally dramatic.
Isn't it though? It goes from being like from this, okay? When you process, it goes to this. You know, and
Yes, and there's this little, if your brain can hold the unprocessed, you can sort of see the hint of what's there, even in the other shot.
yes, you can. You can see this part right here. Okay, you can see this little area here of this beautiful dust protuberance that sticks up.
Yes.
Okay, where is it? Well, I'll go back and show you. All right. Actually, let's do this way. There it is, right there. You can see it, right here. It's low to the horizon, and the moon is out, so we have all that going against us. But I'm just showing you how it looks, and these are the kinds of things. I actually had a doctor's office ask me if I could have that made into a giant wall mural. And the answer is yeah. We can upscale these, up-res them to any size. Trouble is, they need to have, you know, a very large storage device to put it on there before you send it to a printer.
Right, and what kind of material would that be printed upon?
It would be, you could print it on fabric, you could print it on paper that's sticky back.
Ah.
So you can roll it out on a wall. You can make it wallpaper. I would go for the fabric that you put down like wallpaper.
Yeah, right.
And it's just beautiful. It has a slight texture to it, but it looks just like that. Yeah.
Oh, I can think the texture, you know, depending on how, you know, what the depth of the texture is, that would only help. Right?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wow.
And then now, so that's the Running Man Nebula above the Orion Nebula. But what about that Orion Nebula that we just saw? Well, that's this. Okay, that guy right there, all right, is this guy, which I'll show you right now. This guy right here. See? That's the Orion Nebula as it is out of the camera directly with the moon out. Okay, and that's the Orion Nebula after processing.
Wow.
Look at all that detail. Isn't that incredible?
It's absolutely, I mean, it absolutely boggles the mind.
Yeah.
There is, it's, yeah, to think that is up there over our heads and others, with others.
Yeah.
It really staggers the imagination.
Yeah, there's that greenish blue.
Right.
No, that greenish blue is the oxygen 3. Red is hydrogen alpha. The blue of the Running Man is that we saw earlier is that scattering nebula, that reflection nebula as it's called. This is a stellar nursery. There's lots and lots of stars being formed in here all the time. It's really, really cool. You know?
So even as you speak, there are stars happening.
Absolutely. Yes, there are. Yep. Then up by the belt of Orion, we have something even more interesting that we can't really see tonight because it's just not bright. It's too bright out there with the moon. But we have this here. This is Alnitak. This is the leftmost star in the belt of Orion, and right below it, we have the Horsehead Nebula, otherwise known as Barnard 33. It's right against this dark wall. Okay. And this star here is called Sigma Orionis, and it actually illuminates, I should say, causes this hydrogen gas to glow. And that hydrogen glow silhouettes this dark dust, this dark tongue of dust that sticks out of this other dark wall. This is all throughout here, all dark dust. Okay, it's called the OMCC Orion Molecular Cloud Complex. And this is called the Flame Nebula up here. Okay. And this horizontal line, this is called this horizontal line is called a satellite moving through the field very slowly.
Oh, really?
Yes. See, that's all part of of what's in Orion, so it's really pretty.
Mm.
Yep. And so it's definitely a good good thing.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
The up there to the right where you were just circling.
Yeah.
Looks like a blazing tree.
Oh, this.
Yes.
Yeah,
I could see,
that's,
trunk and branches.
Yeah, that's called the Flame Nebula.
A flame.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Flame Nebula. Yeah. By the way, this photo, just so you know, this was 30 seconds on a tripod in Arizona on the slab.
Oh my God.
This is a regular camera I took this with. 30 seconds.
Oh my God.
Okay. And that's all it was, just a 30-second exposure to literally show what to expect out in Arizona, and that's just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Just incredible. Totally stunning.
Oh, it's beautiful, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yep, so that's cool, and those are the winter constellations. That's part of the winter constellation that we're going to be digging into. We're going to be digging into these items later on as we move forward.
By the way, I just want to say that in chat, Wehoki, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, 81 says, so amazing, my first introduction to the stars.
Oh, Wehoki, thank you for coming. I missed that you had joined us. Yeah, please do subscribe. This is a live Deep Sky Observatory. And we have great music, we have great people, and hang out with us. This observatory is out in Connecticut, northeastern United States, and we do have international people, so I have to say that. And the second observatory was just finished out in the Sonoran Desert in Arizona, and at the end of this month I'm going out there to install all the equipment in that observatory, and it's going to be incredible. And Bernie, you asking a question about the lens. I used a 300 millimeter f5.6 telephoto, a standard sort of relatively cheap telephoto, and I just went all the way to 300, and I had a little star tracker that just kind of follows the stars, but I did 30 seconds, and that's what I got, and I couldn't believe it. It's just really, really stunning. Now let's see. I'm always like, I'm Mark, one more D'Antonio. That's how I. Just one more.
Just one more.
Yeah, I'm always do that. What I'd like to do is take you, or I just showed you Alnatak. I'm going to take you to Alnatak again. You watch the stars here in a minute. They'll just go for a second.
We don't need a passport, right?
No, not this time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Are we moving? No. Yes. Here we go. Alright, we should be able to see Alnatak come in here. Hopefully, it's not going to be crowded out. Okay. That should be Alnatak. Maybe it's not. We'll see.
Knock, knock, Alnatak.
Yeah, very good. If you see it zip out of the shot, it was just the alignment star and not Alnatak. And it was the alignment star, not Alnatak. Alnatak has another little star next to it. Okay, and we're actually going to an object over here, so we should be good here, and we are.
Zip.
So now I'm gonna do say 80,000. I'll say 80,000 ISO for 25 seconds. Alrighty. And let's go. Okay. And we'll see the Flame Nebula. Now again, are we... Yeah, we're in the narrowest narrowband, so you'll see the Flame Nebula the way I just showed you with the Horsehead Nebula. You'll see it. Here we go. It's right about now. Yeah. You can see the flame right there. Again, doesn't look very impressive right now, but that's because of the fact that we're using narrowband 1 and it's only picking out the most narrow slots. What I'll do though is this. Let's go and let's go back to narrowband 2. You'll see more stars now. There you go. There's that little star next to Almatok I told you about. And now what we'll do is we'll go down from 80,000. Let's bring it down to just about 12,800 for 25 seconds. Let's give that a shot. And you will see.
Knock, knock.
Hey, Daryl, welcome back.
Hey, it's Daryl. Knock, knock. Who's there?
Hi.
Knock, knock. On the talk.
Yeah. He probably inspired me to...
Yeah.
Your
Well,
sound
hi.
is way down again, Daryl.
I'm sorry.
Hey, your sound's way down again.
Okay. Does that help?
Oh, yes, much better.
That's good.
Okay,
Loud and
sorry.
clear.
That's
I
okay.
had my microphone pointing. Sorry to jump back in so late.
You were allowed, of course. We told you could come
Hey.
back.
Okay.
Yeah, here's the Flame Nebula, Daryl. We got we looked at we looked at the Orion Nebula, and of course with the Moon and Running Man looked, of course, almost non-existent. You know, but
Yeah.
the Orion Nebula, though, here it is. You know, that's
Yeah, I saw that when I came in.
Oh, okay. That's the narrowband Orion Nebula, and then we did it with the the slightly wider narrowband. I showed this one in particular because you see these little 3 stars here. Okay,
Uh-huh.
those 3 stars are all but invisible in the narrowband because they don't have wavelengths that come through.
Huh.
Which is kind of interesting. So I think that's
Hello,
very...
Wahokie.
Yeah,
Hi again, Daisy and Zoe.
yeah.
Tara, Ronald, everybody.
Yeah.
Wahokie 1. I'm sorry, Wahokie 81. I hope I got that right.
And you are in Southern California, but originally from Finland. That's fantastic.
Very cool.
We have people join us, Wahokie, from all the way around the world. We have people from Brazil, Mexico, England, Norway. We've had people from Rio de Janeiro. And they come in and they hang out and watch, you know. Portugal, Argentina. One person from Venezuela was in here. So we got a lot of people. It's a worldwide population that we support here, you know. And we just love it. We love what we do. And with the moon being so bright, guys, this really does make it kind of hard to show nebulae now, okay?
Hey,
and-
I have an idea.
What's that?
That comet, I sent you the
Oh, yeah. That's
information
right.
on. You're really close to it.
I
So
think we
it's
are.
over by
Bellatrix.
Rigel right now.
Is it right,
Oh,
Joe?
really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another Comet Atlas, Carol.
I'll be darned. I missed
Atlas.
that.
You remember there was Comet Atlas back
Yes,
earlier
yes.
in the year.
Right?
I forget which one was which. Mark, was Atlas one of the busts, or was it the one that broke in two?
Yeah, actually, remember Atlas Y4.
Yeah. I was around for some of that. Yeah.
Comet
Right.
Atlas
Yeah,
Y4.
well,
We saw it begin to disintegrate.
Mark could tell you more than I could. Atlas, I guess, is a search program of some sort looking for comets.
Yeah.
or things of the sort, Mark. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Anyway, there's another new Comet Atlas up there now,
Yep.
and it's going to be closest on the 14th. It's right up there next to the star Rigel in Orion.
Wow.
Your filters might help pull it out.
I'm wondering. Yeah. So I got to go to the sky online and try to find it up there. I think. Just to get the coordinates.
Yeah. That page I sent you the other day, I think you might have had to follow one of the internal links to the page, but I think they had ephemeris and all the orbit information and stuff.
Yeah, but I'll go to the Sky Live.
Okay.
Is it
Well, yeah,
2020
That's what I
M3 Atlas?
it is.
All right. Well, then I've got its coordinates now. That might be a nice thing to work out the evening here with. Let's see.
Oh, very cool.
All right, so we're gonna go there now. I'm gonna first of all let me.
Probably a little bit to the left of Rigel.
Okay.
If I had to guess.
Oh, we'll find out.
Let's just check.
It's going to be following a line the next couple of weeks from near Rigel up toward Bellatrix.
Okay.
At Orion's top right. It's his left shoulder.
Okay.
Is that I'm looking at something dated November 1st, C/2020 M3?
Yes.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Well done, Carol.
Why, thank you. It's my sleuthing
Yes.
ability, you know.
You are a sleuth for sure.
Yes, I try my best.
Yeah, okay. Right, and now.
You look at your screen instead of YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube is bad news. Carol was doing that too.
Yeah, back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, long story.
We're doing a go-to now. Watch the stars disappear as we do a go-to this particular set of coordinates. Uh-oh. I'm noticing some red. I think that we have the dome in the way for this.
Aha.
See that? You can see a little glow over there. That's definitely going to be Rigel.
Aha.
So that's Rigel coming in, I believe. And then once it centers up Rigel... Is it really that close to Rigel? No, I didn't think so. Okay, so and then it's heading off to the
Rigel's a
location.
good signpost for it, certainly.
Yeah, well, I think we found it. We might. Let's see what we got for the... Let's see what the telescope looks like. Yeah, we're gonna have a little dome issue here, I think. But let's try it out. Okay, let's just do let's do a little look here. Now, first off, its magnitude is 8.6 right now. So it's gonna be pretty faint. So we probably want to photograph it at, especially because we're using filters, and we do have a little, you see a little reddish glow here. That's the edge of the dome, so it's probably going to be almost bright red in here, so we're gonna have to move the dome a little bit. Let's just do 10 seconds at 5,000 to see if we catch anything. I don't see it, so maybe what I need to do is go move the dome.
Again.
It would be great if we had some grenades, huh, Mel?
Daryl, keep the peace. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, Daryl, how are you doing in Colorado?
How am I doing?
Yeah. Like, what's going on with the wildfires?
Oh, there hasn't been much in the news about them since the big snow about a week and a half ago.
That's
I'm
good
sure they're
news.
still happening, but they've increased containment quite a bit.
Excellent.
Yeah. Worst. They're like the worst and the second or third worst two fires about to join into one before the snow that the state had ever had.
Whoa.
Really bad. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody from California, but the transformation is complete. We become East California now.
Oh my God.
Too many
Yeah,
fires, too many people, not enough water.
I'm thinking of the old meme that was something like it was an Oregon-driven thing, and it was "Don't Californicate Oregon." Okay, yeah. Well, we got past that, but yeah. I understand, and it's I'm not really sure. It gets so slippery in terms of who people are and what their intentions are, and so it almost becomes political. So I kind of don't go there. But you're talking about a population density situation?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, since you mentioned it, this goes way back to the mid-'70s here in Colorado.
Really?
Governor Dick Lamb, Democrat governor of the state at the time, he pushed for, there was a popular slogan here back then and a bumper sticker which said what yours said, except don't Californicate Colorado.
Oh my God, okay.
And Colorado was supposed to host the Winter Olympics that year.
Okay. And
Lamb led the move to cancel the Winter Olympics in Colorado because they were afraid it would get too popular, And they did, and that was a last-minute thing. You might remember when, what was his name, Franz Klammer, the crazy Austrian, won the downhill that year.
Yeah.
Absolutely out on the edge. Well, it was supposed to happen here, but they canceled the Winter Olympics.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to go on about that.
No, and I could go on about, that term downhill and my experience in Colorado, in Morrison and Idaho Springs, but I won't go there. But yeah, I understand, and it's sort of like, it's kind of like, yes.
My point is it's happened, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, we got it.
Anyway, hi Mark, welcome back.
Mark's back. Hello.
Yeah, we got it. There it is.
You did the great move. Okay.
There it is.
I think I see a comet.
Ah, my God.
Fairly certain we see a comet.
Is that filter 2?
It is narrowband 2. And it's faint, as expected. I did 25
it's
seconds
rather large,
at 6400.
too, I understand.
Yeah?
Well, they're saying when it's closest to Earth, it might be about the size of the moon in the sky, I think.
Oh, okay, so it's not here yet. That's for sure.
It's closest on the 14th.
Okay. Well, this is narrowband 2, so let's keep that, and let's just go to, say, 12,800. Try that. Again, the moonlight cripples it, but we can see it. That's kind of cool.
I'm not sure. I'm lost in terms of... I see some dots.
Well, these are stars here.
Okay, right. And the comet?
I'm taking a picture right now.
Oh,
Carol,
okay,
so
okay.
When it comes back, you'll actually see. Okay, so when we're when we're here, come on. Okay, this is the comet right here.
Sure.
Do you see that?
I do.
Let me make it bigger here. Do you see that fuzzy thing, Carol?
I'm actually there. And again, there may be a delay. I'm seeing 4.
Are you on YouTube? You should be on Skype.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm on Skype.
Okay.
I'm seeing like
So you see my
1,
cursor?
2, 3. No. There we go. Wait.
Do you see my cursor going back and forth?
Right. That's the comet. That's the little blurry guy.
That guy right there. You see it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, let me move it over even more now, so you can.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, and it's a profound difference from all the other little dots.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you could think it's a galaxy too. But
The blurb I read about it, they said it's emitting in diatomic carbon. I think they said. And
Yeah.
it's
that's
bright green color.
Yeah.
Will your filters catch that?
Oh, you certainly. But I just have to color correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
because that line is close to the oxygen 3 that they're emitting in.
Ah.
Well, something to look forward to.
Yeah.
10 days from now.
Yeah.
How? What's the prediction for how long we'll be able to see this?
I don't remember. It's closest on the 14th, closest to Earth. It's already passed closest to the Sun. That was October 25th.
Yeah.
So it's moving on its way back out to space now. It passes us closest. I forget how close. I might have been like a third of an astronomical unit, but I don't remember. Passes closest to Earth on the 14th, and then it heads on out into the outer reaches of the solar system.
Wow.
It'll dim rapidly after close approach to Earth.
Yeah. It takes 3 minutes for the light to get here from where it is now.
Really?
Yeah. So it's 0.3 astronomical units. 0.36 from us right now, and
It was close.
it's pretty close. Yeah.
Mm.
And its closest approach will be 0.35, so it's almost closest approach now. It's 0.36 at the moment. So interesting.
You're talking 30 million miles or so away.
Well, 55 million kilometers. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And
And it'll be
what would that
53 million kilometers when it gets close here. 53.6.
Yeah.
So. Yep.
Isn't that comparable to Mars or Venus when they're at their closest to Earth?
I don't know.
Talking on the order of 30, 35 million miles away.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how close Venus gets to the Earth. I mean, ask me the composition of the atmosphere. But, you know.
No, I figured that out once over the thumb. It's a telescope. It was one of those times when the Venus is right close to the moon, and I imaged it. I actually took pictures of it on film. Got them in the same field of view. It was at a superior conjunction. What is it? A superior conjunction, I guess, of Venus. It would, from Venus's point of view, Earth was at opposition that night.
Okay.
Or close to it, and Venus was sitting right next to the moon. And I knew, just from what I read at the time, they said Venus was 1/30th the apparent the diameter of the moon. The way how big it was in the sky, it was 1 arc minute across.
Okay.
And knowing that Venus is approximately the same size as Earth, about 8,000 miles across, it may be slightly smaller, but call it 8,000.
Yeah.
Okay, and the moon, for it to look 1/30th the size, but to be 4 times the diameter of the moon, in reality, it was 120 times farther away than the moon. Does that make sense?
I see where you're going. Yeah. You just did like a proportion.
Yeah, just fractions.
Yep.
And the moon is 250,000 miles away, and so it would have been 120 times, 250,000, or divide that by 4, and it's 30 million miles away. Approximately, as Mr. Spock would say. I didn't give any extra decimals there, but Spock.
Yes, he goes to 3 significant figures.
Approximately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it is with the narrowband filter, narrowband 1, the most narrowband we have. And you can see how close it is to Rigel because you can see the glare of Rigel nearby.
Huh.
Can you circle Rigel for us?
Well, Rigel's out of the view.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Got
Do
it.
you see the lens flares up there at the top right, Carol?
Yes.
If you're
Yeah, what
looking
he's
in-
pointing at,
I'm
Right.
showing
That's
you right
like,
now. Yeah.
that's like glare from Rigel, because Rigel's so bright.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's so near this comet.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Very cool.
Well, it's not a great comet, not yet anyway, but hey, we
Yeah.
got to see a comet
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah, we did. And if
Oh.
we were to image this for over the course of like an hour, we might see some motion, although it's probably it's not going to be that much, unless it's heading out in the direction. Well, it's becoming sort of toward us, so it might actually be moving rather rapidly through the sky. Actually,
Well, if you would look at a star chart of Orion, look to Rigel and then up to Bellatrix and divide that by 10, that's about how much it's going to move each day.
Oh.
See what I'm saying?
yeah, because that's where it's going to be.
Yeah.
No.
So you might, the eyepiece, you might detect motion.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's pretty interesting.
Thanks for humoring me.
No, that's fine.
You're kidding. Come on.
Here, we'll do this. Let's go.
Thanks for educating us.
Let's go to a live video feed. Trying to see. Okay, we see those. Yeah, we can't really see it in the live feed here. I'm at the highest ISO the camera goes to, 409,000. And I don't really see it in the view here. There's those 3
Sometimes
stars.
I almost think I see something.
Right here?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be right there. So if we say,
Yeah.
if we look here, it should be right there. I mean, I guess we could use pareidolia and say, yes, that looks like a comet to me.
Right. a lot of noise.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm seeing things, in other words.
Yeah, right.
No,
Humor.
Not
Thank you for
necessarily.
humoring me.
not necessarily. Not necessarily seeing things. You might actually be seeing the comet.
Yeah.
Well, from that other image you showed is what I remembered. I thought the comet was a little farther to the right.
Okay.
I was just seeing a buzz, I'm sure.
Well, it's up and down. So let's do 20 seconds of this. 204,800 ISO. Glutton for punishment.
You are.
My darn show wasn't even on tonight.
What happened to
What?
it?
What darn show is that, Daryl?
American Ninja Warrior.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. Amanda
Right.
is.
Yes, she told me.
Yeah, she's been working her butt off doing the recap and prediction videos.
Absolutely.
I guess she'll have one more recap to do after this.
Why wasn't it on?
Well, it was supposed to be on 8 o'clock my time tonight.
Yeah.
And politics should be a no-no, okay, but election coverage was on instead.
Really?
And I didn't watch the election, but I stayed offline and checked back at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock, and
Yeah.
that's actually, I called the TV station and asked them. They said maybe
Oh,
try
really?
again
Good
at
for
9.
you. Yeah.
And no American Ninja Warriors. And then I looked it up online, and they pushed it back till tomorrow night so they could do election coverage. And that's as close as I'm going to get to politics for the rest
Yeah.
of
Gotcha.
Don't
Copy
blame
that.
you.
it. Say again, Mark?
Don't blame you.
Yeah, I was mad.
I bet you were.
Well, I think, figure the demographics. If you were mad about that, I don't know, you weren't alone, I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's got a big fan base, and
Yeah.
they've already messed with the show several times.
Right. Yeah, I've had some conversations on Skype with Amanda about that. Yeah. It's
She got really upset about it.
strange things are happening. Yeah.
Well,
Anyway, this is your newest image, Mark.
Yeah, this is it. And that was just very high ISO. It's getting lost in the moonlight, so it's hard to see.
Yeah, well, at least we saw a comet tonight.
Yeah, we did. No problem.
Really? I mean, can't sell that short.
No,
Pretty amazing.
we cannot. And because you're here, Daryl, I'll actually just take us to the Orion Nebula one more time.
Golly, thanks.
You're welcome. Yes, we'll go there.
It's going on your tab, though, Daryl.
Yeah, that's right, man. You just better watch it here. You're going to pay for this one.
No doubt.
Okay, so let's see. All right, there we go. Brings in our finder star. I should actually probably just make that visible to you. There we go. Centered up. And then you'll see it disappear. Really swirl. There we go. And then you'll see the magic slide in. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It looks nice. Looks really nice. Yes, sirree. Okay, so now that we've got it there, we should get our telescope control back momentarily. And we could take an image. Actually, I haven't tried one at 204,800. But let's try it. See what we get. Have you ever taken overexposure? For the Orion Nebula? Hey there, David Schmidt.
Hello, David Schmidt.
Yeah, he's saying hello. And Wahokey81 says,
Wow.
My sister's supposed to be on Discovery Channel late November. Haven't seen ads, though. Whoa, that's interesting.
Oh, really? What show, David? No, or wait,
Wahokey81, yeah.
I'm wondering
That
if
looks
it's...
better than I thought it would, actually.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Maybe just make it all by itself. That's kind of cool.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it's rare. It's hard to overexpose.
Oh my God.
The Orion Nebula.
Yeah.
But you can see out there. You can see all this stuff out there, which is really nice. Okay.
Just astonishing. Just astonishing.
Let's just drop this down a little bit.
I have these thoughts like people
Stop
on
having
Earth.
thoughts.
Okay, never mind.
No, go ahead.
No, but what they are is if people could somehow be exposed, people of all ages, all countries, defying language, to the beauty of what you show us right here, Mark, I think it would create a shift in consciousness.
Oh,
Because it's
beautiful.
not just the thing of like, perspective, we're such a little part of the big picture. No, it's more than that. It's I don't know. I don't have words. I'm working on words for it, but at this point I don't have any. But it is profound. And that's all.
You want to hear profound?
Yeah, Daryl.
Mark, I see Bill Murray eating the eating the Baby Ruth bar.
Oh God, that is profound. Oh my God. All right.
Well,
Can
if you look, there's a face there
Okay,
looking
you know
to
what?
the upper left.
Here we go with
you
her,
need
Delia.
to now
Okay.
point this
And
out.
you can see the eye, and there's the bridge of his nose to the left of the eye.
Is this what you're talking about? M43.
Yeah. Can you circle that, Mark, so we can have a little bit of a
Is this what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
his that dark feature under it,
Right
the
here?
Baby Ruth, in his mouth.
Okay, first of all, I don't see the mouth.
Do you see that?
I see an.
Do you see a dark projection to the right?
This
Do you
guy?
see the nose?
Is it
I
this
see
thing,
what
Daryl?
looks like an eye and maybe a jaw.
Daryl, are you in Skype?
I'm sorry.
Are you in Skype?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you can see what I'm pointing to. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the brightest part of the nebula on the left-hand side. Okay, and
okay.
then where it gets dark, I mean that's sort of defining the profile of his face from the side. And that one little patch up toward closer to the top, to the right, is his eye. Farther up. That's his nose right there. His nose, and his eye is just to the upper right of that.
You're not talking about that.
That little.
See, I'm not seeing it.
Oh, the little dark slash. Just go a little bit to the right, Mark. A little more, right there. That dark line right there. That's his eye. The bright projection to the lower left of his eye is his nose, the bridge of his nose.
This?
That's it. No, that's his mouth.
Oh.
His nose is above his mouth. Right there, that white point coming out, that's his nose.
Okay.
I've described this before. And then the dark
out.
feature under that is called the fish's mouth. That's what that used to be a name for that part of Orion Nebula right there.
In this here?
That dark bay, yeah, that was called the fish's mouth.
We used to call it the bay, yeah.
Yeah, or the bay. Well, that's his mouth, and that's a Tootsie Roll. That's a Baby Ruth in his mouth. You don't see that? It looks like Bill Murray.
Doggone, I'm trying so hard. What I'm seeing actually
just messes me up.
Yeah, I'm totally messed up. What I can see is like, if you go up, I see in the peachy colored circle.
Up here?
Way up, no, straight up, keep going north, go up.
You're not in, you're in YouTube again, you're not in Skype.
No, I'm not in Skype. Wow.
And Hada sees it. Tara D sees it.
Okay, now I'm in Skype. Right exactly where your cursor is now, Mark.
Yeah.
I'm seeing I can see that bright star seems like a nose, and I can see pareidolia-wise, I can see two eyes, and I can see a mouth in a round-shaped face.
Yeah, but Bill, he's saying that this.
I know. That's what I can't
does not
see.
have anything to do
I'm
with
trying.
Bill Murray. Unless
I'm
that's
trying.
a hat on his head or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know.
How is that an eye? I don't get that.
If you look at that hole, don't look too close at it. It's sort of like a magic picture, you know.
Yes.
Stare at the nebula there, and that brightest, whitest part, that's his head. He's looking to the left.
Okie dokie.
That projection in the middle of the brightest part, sticking out into the darker part, that's the bridge of his nose.
Okay, but I don't see Bill Murray.
It.
I see some sort of phantasm, ghosty kind of thing, but I don't see Bill Murray.
If that spins your propeller. First time I saw that, I saw Bill Murray beating a Baby Ruth.
I'll be darned. Well,
when he was in a swimming pool.
Yeah. Okay.
Caddyshack.
Yeah. Now, I'll be darned. Okay. Well, now I can see something. And I guess this is the part where I toss in one of the explanations of pareidolia. Okay. But the reason this is a hardwired thing is back to the primal when every new mother breastfed. It was an image of roundness that the babies, the infants' eyes could see from their eyes to mama's breast. Okay. And that is kind of part of the hard wiring. Yeah, for what it's worth.
Tara says she doesn't see Bill Murray.
Oh, come on. Well, what ties it up for me is if you look in the dark bay there, which is his mouth and the Baby Ruth in it, okay, you see there's some clouds in there, some modeling.
Yes.
inside the dark bay, and that
Yeah.
reminds me of like light shining on a baby Ruth. You know how uneven it is?
Yeah, I get you.
So there's the baby Ruth in his mouth, and
I mean, that could
he's
also be
taking a bite of it.
dog turd in sunlight.
Bernie
hey.
Dodge says, I see John Belushi. Okay. And Isabella says, these nebulae are like the Rorschach test. Oh, yeah. And
Sure.
Tara doesn't see Bill Murray either. But so, I mean,
Daisy
wow.
and Zoe
And
see it,
it's
though.
so
That's-
funny what our brains do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But now I at least see where you're going with that, Daryl, in terms of, but I see like an ectoplasmic, kind of like a round, long ghost with a mouth and the eye and the nose. And
If you like, sure.
yeah.
I'm worried that once I see it, I'll never be able to unsee it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you
Yeah.
said dog turd, Mark, so
Yeah.
you went there, not me.
Yeah, that's
I
on
mean-
you. Mhm.
I mean, I will never see that as a dog turd again. I promise.
Oh my. Yeah. Celestial
straight.
dog birds, right?
We have strayed far afield in science.
Yeah, well, one of the
Yeah,
things
yeah,
one of the things you
David Schmidt
could
says
do-
that big white area eating the candy bar looks more like a hockey mask eating it than any particular person. So, yeah,
If
All
you
right.
like. Sure.
yes.
So does this help with the illusion?
I
Well-
see something else now.
It certainly alters the illusion, yes, indeed.
Does this help with the
more
illusion?
like what Carol said she saw.
Yeah, fun with celestial images. What can I say?
That's right. David Schmidt, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a little late for me.
All right. Yeah, Mark's getting tired.
I am.
You know, you can end this. I mean, we don't want you to because we know you're Mark just one more D'Antonio.
I know,
but-
I know. But it's rude to yawn, and David Schmidt was correct in calling me out. I apologize.
Hey,
I'm apologizing all the way across the world to the Bangkok area where David
think
Schmidt
of
is
that.
located.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about all these people that are typing in the chat, they're from all over the place.
I know.
I think that's so cool.
It's wonderful.
Mm.
It sort of
is.
brings us all together. I mean, that
Yeah.
that is amazing. Here we are united from all over the planet looking at other stars and planets. That's unparalleled.
Actually, and maybe looking at other whole worlds that are also looking at us.
Oh my God. Okay, you said it. You went there, but yes,
That's right.
you know, yeah. We have no idea. We have to keep our minds open.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm tired, Mark.
David Schmidt says the white is the petticoats that used to drive us Catholic schoolboys crazy. Okay. Now it's getting deep in here. We're gonna have to call us.
Yeah, we're
I'm
getting
loving
now we're
it.
getting Freudian indeed.
Yes, yes. Okay, what's that look like to you, David Schmidt? Does that look like something? Actually, that does. Oh my gosh, I'm seeing things. Okay, time to go. We've enjoyed your company, guys. I've enjoyed you guys, Daryl and Carol. Thank you for coming out. Carl, Friday nights at 7 p.m. on kgradio.com. Daryl Mason, occasional Sunday nights with us on SkyTour Radio and almost all the time on SkyTour LiveStream with us, yes? Yeah?
Seems like, yeah.
Yeah, seems like, yeah. Yeah. Well, you guys, you have a good night. We've had a good time with you tonight, and we look forward to doing this again the next clear night. Keep in mind that if this was the Arizona Observatory, I could do all the shutdown and everything from in here. But this being the Connecticut one, I haven't automated the dome out here because I'm going to get rid of the dome and put in a roll-off roof, just like out in Arizona, here. So we'll have two remote observatories that operate exactly the same way. So for a period of time, we'll have two remote observatories that operate differently from each other a little bit. But I have all the same gear and equipment for this one as the one in Arizona, kind of a thing. So we'll be putting that all in. And we're going to include a spectroscope to do, as Kyle Lynch said earlier, check out and sample the specific gases in these nebulae and be able to identify them. Really, really nice. As long as we can calibrate. Yes. Anyway, you guys have a good night. And on behalf of myself and, of course, Daryl and Carol. Daryl and Carol. Uh-oh, look out.
Carol and Daryl.
Carol and
Ladies
Daryl,
first,
my other friend Carol.
Ah, the Daryl and Carol and Mark show. Oh, thank you for inviting me. I love it, and
we had a
I'm
good time.
always available. Just wonderful people, wonderful information.
Yes.
Thank you. Good night, Mark. Good night, Daryl.
Good night, Carol. Good night,
Good night,
Mark.
John boy. Good night,
Say
Ma.
good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gracie.
Good night.
All right, folks. You have a good night, and we shall talk to you the next clear night, which could be as soon as tomorrow. So this might all happen all over again. Just different things to look at tomorrow. We'll see you guys later.